Book 2, Chapter 2 of Lord Tony's Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines. Lord Tony's Wife by Emmuska Orczy. Chapter 2. La Bouffe. Part 1. In the center of the place, the guillotine stood idle. The paint had worn off her sides. She looked weather-beaten and forlorn, stern and forbidding still, but in a kind of sullen loneliness, with the ugly stains of crimson on her, turned to rust and grime. The place itself was deserted, in strange contrast to the bustle and the movement which characterized it in the days when the death of men, women and children was a daily spectacle here for the crowd. Then a constant stream of traffic, of carts and of tumbrils, of soldiers and gaffers encumbered it in every corner, now a few tumble-down booths set up against the frontage of the grim edifice, once the stronghold of the Dukes of Brittany, now little else but a huge prison, a few vendors and still fewer purchasers of the scanty wares displayed under their ragged awnings, one or two idlers loafing against the mud-stained walls. One or two urchins playing in the gutters were the only signs of life. Martin Roget with his colleague Chauvelin turned into the Place from the quay. They walked rapidly and kept their mantles closely wrapped under their chin, for the afternoon had turned bitterly cold. It was then close upon 5 o'clock. A dark, moonless, starless night had set in with only a suspicion of frost in the damp air. But a blustering northwesterly wind blowing down the river and tearing round the narrow streets and the open Place caused passers-by to muffle themselves, shivering, yet tighter in their cloaks. Martin Roget was talking volubly and excitedly, his tall, broad figure towering above the slender form of his companion. From time to time he tossed his mantle aside with an impatient, febrile gesture, and then paused in the middle of the Place, with one hand on the other man's shoulder, marking a point in his discourse or emphasizing his argument with short staccato sentences and brief emphatic words. Chauvelin, placid and impenetrable as usual, listened much and talked little. He was ready to stand still or to walk along just as his colleague's mood demanded. In the darkness, and with the collar of a large mantle pulled tightly up to his ears, it was impossible to guess by any sign in his face what was going on in his mind. They were a strange contrast, these two men, temperamentally as well as physically, even though they had so much in common and were both the direct products of that same social upheaval which was shaking the archaic dominion of France to its very foundations. Martin Roget, tall, broad shoulders, bull neck, the typical self-educated peasant, with square jaw and flat head, with wide bony hands and spatulated fingers, and Chauvelin, the aristocrat turned demagogue, thin and frail looking, bland of manner and suave of speech, with delicate hands and pale, almost ascetic face. The one represented all that was most brutish and sensual in this fight of one caste against the other, the thirst for the other's blood, the human beast that has been brought to bay through wrongs perpetrated against it by others, and has turned upon its oppressors, lashing out right and left with blind and lustful fury at the crowd of tyrants that had kept him in subjection for so long, whilst Chauvelin was the personification of the spiritual side of this bloody revolution, the spirit of cool and calculating reprisals, that would demand an eye for an eye and see that it got two, the idealist who dreams of the righteousness of his own cause and the destruction of its enemies, but who leaves to others the accomplishment of all the carnage and the bloodshed which his idealism has demanded, and which his reason has appraised as necessary for the triumph of which he dreams. Chauvelin was the man of thought, and Martin Roget the man of action. With the one, revenge and reprisals were selfish desires, the avenging of wrongs done to himself or to his caste, hatred for those who had injured him or his kindred. The other had no personal feelings of hatred, he had no personal wrongs to avenge. His enemies were the enemies of his party, the erstwhile tyrants who in the past had oppressed an entire people. Every man, woman, or child who was not satisfied with the present reign of terror, who plotted or planned for its overthrow, who was not ready to see husband, father, wife, or child sacrificed for the ultimate triumph of the Revolution, was in Chauvelin's sight a noxious creature, fit only to be trodden under heel and ground into subjection or annihilation as a danger to the state. Martin Roget was the personification of sans-culottism, of rough manners and foul speech. He chafed against the conventions which forced him to wear decent clothes and boots on his feet. He would gladly have seen every one go about the streets half naked, unwashed, a living sign of that downward levelling of castes which he and his friends stood for, and for which they had fought and striven and committed every crime which human passions let loose could invent. Chauvelin, on the other hand, was one of those who wore fine linen and buckled shoes, and whose hands were delicately washed and perfumed, whilst they signed decrees which sent hundreds of women and children to a violent and cruel death. One trod in the paths of Danton, the other followed in the footsteps of Robespierre. II. Together the two men mounted the outside staircase which leads up past the lodge of the concierge and through the clerk's office to the interior of the stronghold. Outside the monumental doors they had to wait a moment or two while the clerk examined their permits to enter. "Will you come into my office with me?" asked Chauvelin of his companion. "I have a word or two to add to my report for the Paris Courier to night. I won't be long." "You are still in touch with the Committee of Public Safety then?" asked Martin Roget. "Always," replied the other curtly. Martin Roget threw a quick suspicious glance on his companion. Darkness and the broad brim of his sugar loaf hat effectually concealed even the outlines of Chauvelin's face, and Martin Roget fell to musing over one or two things which Carrier had blurted out a while ago. The whole of France was overrun with spies these days. Everyone was under suspicion. Everyone had to be on his guard. Every word was overheard, every glance seen, every sign noted. What was this man Chauvelin doing here in Nantes? What reports did he send up to Paris by special courier? He, the miserable failure who had ceased to count, was nevertheless in constant touch with that awful Committee of Public Safety, which was wont to strike at all times and unexpectedly in the dark. Martin Roget shivered beneath his mantle. For the first time since his schemes of vengeance had wholly absorbed his mind, he regretted the freedom and safety which he had enjoyed in England, and he marvelled if the miserable game which he was playing would be worth the winning in the end. Nevertheless he had followed Chauvelin without comment. The man appeared to exercise a fascination over him, a kind of subtle power, which emanated from his small shrunken figure, from his pale keen eyes and his well modulated suave mode of speech. III. The clerk had handed the two men their permits back. They were allowed to pass through the gates. In the hall some half dozen men were nominally on guard. Nominally, because discipline was not over strict these days, and the men sat or lolled about the place. Two of them were intent on a game of dominoes, another was watching them, whilst the other three were settling some sort of quarrel among themselves which necessitated vigorous and emphatic gestures and the copious use of expletives. One man, who appeared to be in command, divided his time impartially between the domino players and those who were quarrelling. The vast place was insufficiently lighted by a chandelier which hung from the ceiling and a couple of small oil lamps placed in the circular niches in the wall opposite the front door. No one took any notice of Martin Roget or of Chauvelin as they crossed the hall, and presently the latter pushed open a door on the left of the main gates and held it open for his colleague to pass through. "You are sure that I shall not be disturbing you?" queried Martin Roget. "Quite sure," replied the other curtly, "and there is something which I must say to you, where I know that I shall not be overheard." Then he followed Martin Roget into the room and closed the door behind him. The room was scantily furnished with a square deal table in the centre, two or three chairs, a broken down bureau leaning against one wall, and an iron stove wherein a meagre fire sent a stream of malodorous smoke through sundry cracks in its chimney pipe. From the ceiling there hung an oil lamp, the light of which was thrown down upon the table by a large green shade made of cardboard. Chauvelin drew a chair to the bureau and sat down. He pointed to another and Martin Roget took a seat beside the table. He felt restless and excited, his nerves all on the jar. His colleague's calm, sardonic glance acted as a further irritant to his temper. "What is it that you wish to say to me, citizen Chauvelin?" he asked at last. "Just a word, citizen," replied the other in his quiet urbane manner. "I have accompanied you faithfully on your journey to England. I have placed my feeble powers at your disposal. A while ago I stood between you and the proconsul's wrath. This, I think, has earned me the right of asking what you intend to do." "I don't know about the right," retorted Martin Roget gruffly, "but I don't mind telling you. As you remarked a while ago, the north west wind is wont to be of good counsel. I have thought the matter over whilst I walked with you along the quay, and I have decided to act on Carrier's suggestion. Our eminent proconsul said just now that it was the duty of every true patriot to marry an aristo, an he be free, and chance put a comely wench in his way. I mean," he added with a cynical laugh, "to act on that advice and marry Yvonne de Kernogan, if I can." "She has refused you up to now?" "Yes, up to now." "You have threatened her and her father?" "Yes, both. Not only with death but with shame." "And still she refuses?" "Apparently," said Martin Roget with ever growing irritation. "It is often difficult," rejoined Chauvelin meditatively, "to compel these aristos. They are obstinate. Oh! don't forget that I am in a position now to bring additional pressure on the wench. That lout Carrier has splendid ideas. A brute, what? But clever and full of resource. That suggestion of his about the Rat Mort is splendid." "You mean to try and act on it?" "Of course I do," said Martin Roget roughly. "I am going over presently to my sister's house to see the Kernogan wench again, and to have another talk with her. Then if she still refuses, if she still chooses to scorn the honourable position which I offer her, I shall act on Carrier's suggestion. It will be at the Rat Mort to night that she and I will have our final interview, and there, when I dangle the prospect of Cayenne and the convict's brand before her, she may not prove so obdurate as she has been up to now." "That is as may be," was Chauvelin's dry comment. "Personally I am inclined to agree with Carrier. Death, swift and sure, the Loire or the guillotine, is the best that has yet been invented for traitors and aristos. But we won't discuss that again. I know your feelings in the matter, and in a measure I respect them. But if you will allow me, I would like to be present at your interview with the soi disant Lady Anthony Dewhurst. I won't disturb you and I won't say a word, but there is something I would like to make sure of." "What is that?" "Whether the wench has any hopes," said Chauvelin slowly, "whether she has received a message or has any premonition, whether in short she thinks that outside agencies are at work on her behalf." "Pshaw!" exclaimed Martin Roget impatiently, "you are still harping on that Scarlet Pimpernel idea." "I am," retorted the other dryly. "As you please, but understand, citizen Chauvelin, that I will not allow you to interfere with my plans, whilst you go off on one of those wild goose chases which have already twice brought you into disrepute." "I will not interfere with your plans, citizen," rejoined Chauvelin with unwonted gentleness, "but let me in my turn impress one thing upon you, and that is that unless you are as wary as the serpent, as cunning as the fox, all your precious plans will be upset by that interfering Englishman whom you choose to disregard." "What do you mean?" "I mean that I know him to my cost, and you do not. But you will, an I am not gravely mistaken, make acquaintance with him ere your great adventure with these Kernogan people is successfully at an end. Believe me, citizen Martin Roget," he added impressively, "you would have been far wiser to accept Carrier's suggestion and let him fling that rabble into the Loire for you." "Pshaw! You are not childish enough to imagine, citizen Chauvelin, that your Englishman can spirit away that wretch from under my sister's eyes?" Do you know what my sister suffered at the hands of the Kernogans? Do you think that she is likely to forget my father's ignominious death any more than I am? And she mourns a lover as well as a father. She mourns her youth, her happiness, the mother whom she worshipped. Think you a better jailer could be found anywhere? And there are friends of mine, lads of our own village, men who hate the Kernogans as bitterly as I do myself, who are only too ready to lend Louise a hand in case of violence. And after that, suppose your magnificent Scarlet Pimpernel succeeded in hoodwinking my sister and in evading the vigilance of a score of determined village lads, who would sooner die one by one than see the Kernogan escape. Suppose all that, I say, there would still be the guard at every city gate to challenge. No, no, it couldn't be done, citizen Chauvelin," he added with a complacent laugh. "Your Englishman would need the help of a legion of angels, what, to get the wench out of Nantes this time." Chauvelin made no comment on his colleague's impassioned harangue. Memory had taken him back to that one day in September in Boulogne, when he too had set one prisoner to guard a precious hostage. It brought back to his mind a vision of a strangely picturesque figure as it appeared to him in the window embrasure of the old castle hall. [Footnote: This adventure is recorded in The Elusive Pimpernel.] It brought back to his ears the echo of that quaint, irresponsible laughter, of that lazy, drawling speech, of all that had acted as an irritant on his nerves ere he found himself baffled, foiled, eating out his heart with vain reproach at his own folly. "I see you are unconvinced, citizen Martin Roget," he added quietly, "and I know that it is the fashion nowadays among young politicians to sneer at Chauvelin, the living embodiment of failure. But let me just add this: when you and I talked matters over together at the Bottom Inn in the wilds of Somersetshire, I warned you that not only was your identity known to the man who calls himself the Scarlet Pimpernel, but also that he knew every one of your plans with regard to the Kernogan wench and her father. You laughed at me then, do you remember? You shrugged your shoulders and jeered at what you called my far-fetched ideas, just as you do now. Well, will you let me remind you of what happened within 24 hours of that warning which you chose to disregard? Yvonne de Kernogan was married to Lord Anthony Dewhurst, and—" "I know all that, man," broke in Martin Roget impatiently. "It was all a mere coincidence. The marriage must have been planned long before that. Your Scarlet Pimpernel could not possibly have had anything to do with it." "Perhaps not," rejoined Chauvelin dryly, "but mark what has happened since. Just now when we crossed the Place I saw in the distance a figure flitting past, the gorgeous figure of an exquisite who of a surety is a stranger in Nantes, and carried upon the wings of the north westerly wind there came to me the sound of a voice which, of late, I have only heard in my dreams. On my soul, citizen Martin Roget," he added with earnest emphasis, "I assure you that the Scarlet Pimpernel is in Nantes at the present moment, that he is scheming, plotting, planning to rescue the Kernogan wench out of your clutches. He will not leave her in your power, on this I would stake my life. She is the wife of one of his dearest friends, he will not abandon her, not while he keeps that resourceful head of his on his shoulders. Unless you are desperately careful he will outwit you, of that I am as convinced as that I am alive." "Bah! you have been dreaming, citizen Chauvelin," rejoined Martin Roget with a laugh, and shrugging his broad shoulders. "Your mysterious Englishman in Nantes? Why, man, the navigation of the Loire has been totally prohibited these last 14 days. No carriage, van or vehicle of any kind is allowed to enter the city, no man, woman or child to pass the barriers without special permit signed either by the proconsul himself or by Fleury, the captain of the Marats. Why, even I, when I brought the Kernogans in overland from Le Croisic, I was detained 2 hours outside Nantes while my papers were sent in to Carrier for inspection. You know that, you were with me." "I know it," replied Chauvelin dryly, "and yet—" He paused, with one claw like finger held erect to demand attention. The door of the small room in which they sat gave on the big hall where the half dozen Marats were stationed. The single window at right angles to the door looked out upon the Place below. It was from there that suddenly there came the sound of a loud peal of laughter, quaint and merry, somewhat inane and affected, and at the sound Chauvelin's pale face took on the hue of ashes, and even Martin Roget felt a strange sensation of cold creeping down his spine. For a few seconds the two men remained quite still, as if a spell had been cast over them through that light hearted peal of rippling laughter. Then, equally suddenly, the younger man shook himself free of the spell. With a few long strides he was already at the door and out in the vast hall, Chauvelin following closely on his heels. IV. The clock in the tower of the edifice was even then striking 5. The Marats in the hall looked up with lazy indifference at the two men who had come rushing out in such an abrupt and excited manner. "Any stranger been through here?" queried Chauvelin peremptorily of the sergeant in command. "No," replied the latter curtly. "How could they, without a permit?" He shrugged his shoulders, and the men resumed their game and their argument. Martin Roget would have parleyed with them, but Chauvelin had already crossed the hall and was striding past the clerk's office and the lodge of the concierge out toward the open. Martin Roget, after a moment's hesitation, followed him. The Place was wrapped in gloom. From the platform of the guillotine an oil lamp hoisted on a post threw a small circle of light around. Small pieces of tallow candle, set in pewter sconces, glimmered feebly under the awnings of the booths, and there was a street lamp affixed to the wall of the old château immediately below the parapet of the staircase, and others at the angles of the Rue de la Monnaie and the narrow Rue des Jacobins. Chauvelin's keen eyes tried to pierce the surrounding darkness. He leaned over the parapet and peered into the remote angles of the building and round the booths below him. There were a few people on the Place, some walking rapidly across from one end to the other intent on business, others pausing in order to make purchases at the booths. Up and down the steps of the guillotine a group of street urchins were playing hide and seek. Round the angles of the narrow streets the vague figures of passers by flitted to and fro, now easily discernible in the light of the street lanterns, anon swallowed up again in the darkness beyond, whilst immediately below the parapet 2 or 3 men of the Compagnie Marat were lounging against the walls. Their red bonnets showed up clearly in the flickering light of the street lamps, as did their bare shins and the polished points of their sabots. But of an elegant, picturesque figure, such as Chauvelin had described a while ago, there was not a sign. Martin Roget leaned over the parapet and called peremptorily: "Hey there, citizens of the Compagnie Marat!" One of the red capped men looked up leisurely. "Your desire, citizen?" he queried with insolent deliberation, for they were mighty men, this bodyguard of the great proconsul, his spies and tools in the awesome work of frightfulness which he carried on so ruthlessly. "Is that you, Paul Friche?" queried Martin Roget in response. "At your service, citizen," came the glib reply, delivered not without mock deference. "Then come up here. I wish to speak with you." "I can't leave my post, nor can my mates," retorted the man who had answered to the name of Paul Friche. "Come down, citizen, an you desire to speak with us." Martin Roget swore lustily. "The insolence of that rabble," he murmured. "Hush! I'll go," interposed Chauvelin quickly. "Do you know that man Friche? Is he trustworthy?" "Yes, I know him. As for being trustworthy," added Martin Roget with a shrug of the shoulders, "he is a corporal in the Marats and high in favour with the commandant Fleury." Every second was of value, and Chauvelin was not the man to waste time in useless parleyings. He ran down the stairs at the foot of which one of the red capped gentry deigned to speak with him. "Have you seen any strangers across the Place just now?" he queried in a whisper. "Yes," replied the man Friche, "2." Then he spat upon the ground and added spitefully: "Aristos, what? In fine clothes, like yourself, citizen." "Which way did they go?" "Down the Rue des Jacobins." "When?" "2 minutes ago." "Why did you not follow them? Aristos and...." "I would have followed," retorted Paul Friche with studied insolence. "'Twas you called me away from my duty." "After them then," urged Chauvelin peremptorily. "They cannot have gone far. They are English spies, and remember, citizen, that there's a reward for their apprehension." The man grunted an eager assent. The word reward had fired his zeal. In a trice he had called to his mates, and the three Marats soon sped across the Place and down the Rue des Jacobins, where the surrounding gloom quickly swallowed them up. Chauvelin watched them till they were out of sight, then he rejoined his colleague on the landing at the top of the stairs. For a second or two longer the click of the men's sabots upon the stones resounded on the adjoining streets and across the Place, and suddenly that same quaint, merry, somewhat inane laugh woke the echoes of the grim buildings around, and caused many a head to turn inquiringly, marvelling who it could be that had the heart to laugh these days in the streets of Nantes. 5. 5 minutes or so later the three Marats could vaguely be seen recrossing the Place and making their way back to Le Bouffay, where Martin Roget and Chauvelin still stood at the top of the stairs, excited and expectant. At sight of the men Chauvelin ran down the steps to meet them. "Well?" he queried in an eager whisper. "We never saw them," replied Paul Friche gruffly, though we could hear them clearly enough, talking, laughing, and walking very rapidly toward the quay. Then suddenly the earth or the river swallowed them up. We saw and heard nothing more. Chauvelin swore, and a curious hissing sound escaped his thin lips. "Don't be too disappointed, citizen," added the man with a coarse laugh. "My mate picked this up at the corner of the Rue, when I fancy we were pressing the aristos pretty closely." He held out a small bundle of papers tied together with a piece of red ribbon. The bundle had evidently rolled in the mud, for the papers were covered with grime. Chauvelin's thin, claw like fingers had at once closed over them. "You must give me back those papers, citizen," said the man. "They are my booty. I can only give them up to citizen Captain Fleury." "I'll give them to the citizen captain myself," retorted Chauvelin. "For the moment you had best not leave your post of duty," he added more peremptorily, seeing that the man made as if he would follow him. "I take orders from no one except," protested the man gruffly. "You will take them from me now," broke in Chauvelin with a sudden assumption of command and authority which sat with weird strangeness upon his thin shrunken figure. "Go back to your post at once, ere I lodge a complaint against you for neglect of duty with the citizen proconsul." He turned on his heel, and, without paying further heed to the man and his mutterings, he remounted the stone stairs. "No success, I suppose?" queried Martin Roget. "None," replied Chauvelin curtly. He had the packet of papers tightly clasped in his hand. He was debating in his mind whether he would speak of them to his colleague or not. "What did Friche say?" asked the latter impatiently. "Oh! very little. He and his mates caught sight of the strangers and followed them as far as the quays. But they were walking very fast, and suddenly the Marats lost their trace in the darkness. It seemed, according to Paul Friche, as if the earth or the night had swallowed them up." "And was that all?" "Yes, that was all." "I wonder," added Martin Roget with a light laugh and a careless shrug of his wide shoulders, "I wonder if you and I, citizen Chauvelin, and Paul Friche too for that matter, have been the victims of our nerves." "I wonder," assented Chauvelin drily, and, quite quietly, he slipped the packet of papers in the pocket of his coat. "Then we may as well adjourn. There is nothing else you wish to say to me about that enigmatic Scarlet Pimpernel of yours?" "No, nothing." "And you still would like to hear what the Kernogan wench will say and see how she will look when I put my final proposal before her?" "If you will allow me." "Then come," said Martin Roget. "My sister's house is close by." Chapter 2. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah.
Book 2, Chapter 3 of Lord Tony's Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Lord Tony's Wife by Emmuska Orczy. Book 2, Chapter 3, The Fowlers. Part 1, Section 1. In order to reach the Carrefour de la Poissonnerie, the two men had to skirt the whole edifice of Le Bouffay, walk a little along the quay, and turn up the narrow alley opposite the bridge. They walked on in silence, each absorbed in his own thoughts. The house occupied by the citizeness Adet lay back a little from the others in the street. It was one of an irregular row of mean, squalid, tumble-down houses, some of them little more than lean-to sheds built into the walls of Le Bouffay. Most of them had overhanging roofs which stretched out like awnings more than half-way across the road, and even at midday shut out any little ray of sunshine which might have a tendency to peep into the street below. In this year 2 of the Republic, the Carrefour de la Poissonnerie was unpaved, dark, and evil-smelling. For 2/3 of the year it was ankle-deep in mud. The rest of the time the mud was baked into cakes and emitted clouds of sticky dust under the shuffling feet of the passers-by. At night it was dimly lighted by 1 or 2 broken-down lanterns, which were hung on transverse chains overhead from house to house. These lanterns only made a very small circle of light immediately below them. The rest of the street was left in darkness, save for the faint glimmer which filtrated through an occasional ill-fitting doorway, or through the chinks of some insecurely fastened shutter. The Carrefour de la Poissonnerie was practically deserted in the daytime. Only a few children, miserable little atoms of humanity, showing their meagre, emaciated bodies through the scanty rags which failed to cover their nakedness, played weird, mirthless games in the mud and filth of the street. But at night it became strangely peopled with vague and furtive forms that were wont to glide swiftly by, beneath the hanging lanterns, in order to lose themselves again in the welcome obscurity beyond, men and women, ill-clothed and unshod, with hands buried in pockets or beneath scanty shawls, their feet, oft-times bare, making no sound as they went squishing through the mud. A perpetual silence used to reign in this kingdom of squalor and of darkness, where night-hawks alone fluttered their wings. Only from time to time a joyless greeting of boon companions, or the hoarse cough of some wretched consumptive, would wake the dormant echoes that lingered in the gloom. Section 2. Martin Roget knew his way about the murky streets well enough. He went up to the house, which lay a little back from the others. It appeared even more squalid than the rest. Not a sound came from within. Hardly a light. Only a narrow glimmer found its way through the chink of a shutter on the floor above. To right and left of it the houses were tall, with walls that reeked of damp and of filth. From one of these, the one on the left, an iron sign dangled and creaked dismally as it swung in the wind. Just above the sign there was a window, with partially closed shutters. Through it came the sound of 2 husky voices raised in heated argument. In the open space in front of Louise Adet's house, vague forms standing about or lounging against the walls of the neighbouring houses were vaguely discernible in the gloom. Martin Roget and Chauvelin, as they approached, were challenged by a raucous voice which came to them out of the inky blackness around. "Halt! Who goes there?" "Friends," replied Martin Roget promptly. "Is citizeness Adet within?" "Yes, she is," retorted the man bluntly. "Excuse me, friend Adet, I did not know you in this confounded darkness." "No harm done," said Martin Roget, "and it is I who am grateful to you all for your vigilance." "Oh," said the other with a laugh, "there's not much fear of your bird getting out of its cage. Have no fear, friend Adet. That Kernogan rabble is well looked after." The small group dispersed in the darkness, and Martin Roget rapped against the door of his sister's house with his knuckles. "That is the Rat Mort," he said, indicating the building on his left with a nod of the head. "A very unpleasant neighbourhood for my sister, and she has oft complained of it. But name of a dog, won't it prove useful this night?" Chauvelin had as usual followed his colleague in silence, but his keen eyes had not failed to note the presence of the village lads of whom Martin Roget had spoken. There are no eyes so watchful as those of hate, nor is there aught so incorruptible. Every one of these men here had an old wrong to avenge, an old score to settle, and those ci devant Kernogans, who had once been their masters and who were so completely in their power now. Louise Adet had gathered around her a far more efficient bodyguard than even the proconsul could hope to have. A moment or two later the door opened, softly and cautiously, and Martin Roget asked, "Is that you, Louise?" For of a truth the darkness was almost deeper within than without, and he could not see who it was that was standing by the door. "Yes, it is," replied a weary and querulous voice. "Enter quickly. The wind is cruel, and I can't keep myself warm. Who is with you, Pierre?" "A friend," said Martin Roget dryly. "We want to see the aristo." The woman without further comment closed the door behind the newcomers, the place now as dark as pitch, but she seemed to know her way about like a cat, for her shuffling footsteps were heard moving about unerringly. A moment or two later she opened another door opposite the front entrance, revealing an inner room, a sort of kitchen, which was lighted by a small lamp. "You can go straight up," she said curtly to the two men. The narrow winding staircase was divided from this kitchen by a wooden partition. Martin Roget, closely followed by Chauvelin, went up the stairs. On the top of these there was a tiny landing with a door on either side of it. Martin Roget without any ceremony pushed open the door on his right with his foot. A tallow candle fixed in a bottle and placed in the centre of a table in the middle of the room flickered in the draught as the door flew open. It was bare of everything save a table and a chair and a bundle of straw in one corner. The tiny window at right angles to the door was innocent of glass, and the northwesterly wind came in an icy stream through the aperture. On the table, in addition to the candle, there was a broken pitcher half filled with water, and a small chunk of brown bread blotched with stains of mould. On the chair beside the table, and immediately facing the door, sat Yvonne Lady Dewhurst. On the wall above her head a hand unused to calligraphy had traced in clumsy characters the words "Liberté, Fraternité, Égalité," and below that "Ou la mort." Section 3. The men entered the narrow room and Chauvelin carefully closed the door behind them. He at once withdrew into a remote corner of the room and stood there quite still, wrapped in his mantle, a small, silent, mysterious figure on which Yvonne fixed dark, inquiring eyes. Martin Roget, restless and excited, paced up and down the small space like a wild animal in a cage. From time to time exclamations of impatience escaped him, and he struck one fist repeatedly against his open palm. Yvonne followed his movements with a quiet, uninterested glance, but Chauvelin paid no heed whatever to him. He was watching Yvonne ceaselessly and closely. 3 days' incarceration in this wind-swept attic, the lack of decent food and of warmth, the want of sleep and the horror of her present position, all following upon the soul agony which she had endured when she was forcibly torn away from her dear milor, had left their mark on Yvonne Dewhurst's fresh young face. The look of gravity which had always sat so quaintly on her piquant features had now changed to one of deep and abiding sorrow. Her dark large eyes were circled and sunk. They had in them the unnatural glow of fever, as well as the settled look of horror and of pathetic resignation. Her soft brown hair had lost its lustre. Her cheeks were drawn and absolutely colourless. Martin Roget paused in his restless walk. For a moment he stood silent and absorbed, contemplating by the flickering light of the candle all the havoc which his brutality had wrought upon Yvonne's dainty face. But Yvonne after a while ceased to look at him. She appeared to be unconscious of the gaze of these two men, each of whom was at this moment only thinking of the evil which he meant to inflict upon her, each of whom only thought of her as a helpless bird whom he had at last ensnared, and whom he could crush to death as soon as he felt so inclined. She kept her lips tightly closed and her head averted. She was gazing across the unglazed window into the obscurity beyond, marvelling at what direction lay the sea and the shores of England. Martin Roget crossed his arms over his broad chest and clutched his elbows with his hands, with an obvious effort to keep control over his movements and his temper in check. The quiet, almost indifferent attitude of the girl was exasperating to his overstrung nerves. "Look here, my girl," he said at last, roughly and peremptorily. "I had an interview with the proconsul this afternoon. He chides me for my lenience towards you. 3 days, he thinks, is far too long to keep traitors eating the bread of honest citizens, and taking up valuable space in our city. Yesterday I made a proposal to you. Have you thought on it?" Yvonne made no reply. She was still gazing out into nothingness, and just at that moment she was very far away from the narrow, squalid room, and the company of these two inhuman brutes. She was thinking of her dear milor, and of that lovely home at Combwich, wherein she had spent 3 such unforgettable days. She was remembering how beautiful had been the colour of the bare twigs in the chestnut coppice, when the wintry sun danced through and in between them, and drew fantastic patterns of living gold upon the carpet of dead leaves. And she remembered too how exquisite were the tints of russet and blue on the distant hills, and how quaintly the thrushes had called, "Kiss me quick." She saw again those trembling leaves of a delicious faintly crimson hue, which still hung upon the branches of the scarlet oak, and the early flowering heath which clothed the moors with a gorgeous mantle of rosy amethyst. Martin Roget's harsh voice brought her abruptly back to the hideous reality of the moment. "Your obstinacy will avail you nothing," he said, speaking quietly, even though a note of intense irritation was distinctly perceptible in his voice. "The proconsul has given me a further delay wherein to deal leniently with you, and with your father, if I am so minded. You know what I have proposed to you. Life with me as my wife, in which case your father will be free to return to England, or to go to the devil as he pleases; or the death of a malefactor for you, in the company of all the thieves and evildoers who are mouldering in the prisons of Nantes at this moment. Another delay wherein to choose between an honourable life and a shameful death. The proconsul waits, but to-night he must have his answer." Then Yvonne turned her head slowly and looked calmly on her enemy. "The tyrant who murders innocent men, women, and children," she said, "can have his answer now. I choose death, which is inevitable in preference to a life of shame." "You seem," he retorted, "to have lost sight of the fact that the law gives me the right to take by force that which you so obstinately refuse." "Have I not said," she replied, "that death is my choice? Life with you will be a life of shame." "I can get a priest to marry us without your consent, and your religion forbids you to take your own life," he said with a sneer. To this she made no reply, but he knew that he had his answer. Smothering a curse, he resumed after a while: "So you prefer to drag your father to death with you? Yet he has begged you to consider your decision, and to listen to reason. He has given his consent to our marriage." "Let me see my father," she retorted firmly, "and hear him say that with his own lips. Ah," she added quickly, for at her words Martin Roget had turned his head away and shrugged his shoulders with self-assumed indifference, "you cannot and dare not let me see him. For 3 days now you have kept us apart, and no doubt fed us both up with your lies. My father is Duc de Kernogan, Marquis de Trentemoult," she added proudly. "He would rather die side by side with his daughter than see her wedded to a criminal." "And you, my girl," rejoined Martin Roget coldly, "would you see your father branded as a malefactor, linked to a thief, and sent to perish in the Loire?" "My father," she retorted, "will die as he has lived, a brave and honourable gentleman. The brand of a malefactor cannot cling to his name. Sorrow we are ready to endure; death is less than nothing to us. We will but follow in the footsteps of our king and of our queen, and of many whom we care for, and whom you and your proconsul and your colleagues have brutally murdered. Shame cannot touch us, and the honour of our pride are so far beyond your reach that your impious and blood-stained hands can never sully them." She had spoken very slowly and very quietly. There were no heroics about her attitude. Even Martin Roget, callous brute though he was, felt that she had only spoken just as she felt, and that nothing that he might say, no plea that he might urge, would ever shake her determination. "Then it seems to me," he said, "that I am only wasting my time by trying to make you see reason and common sense. You look upon me as a brute. Well, perhaps I am. At any rate, I am that which your father and you have made me. 4 years ago, when you had power over me and over mine, you brutalized us. Today we, the people, are your masters, and we make you suffer, not for all, that were impossible, but for part of what you made us suffer. That, after all, is only bare justice. By making you my wife I would have saved you from death, not from humiliation, for that you must endure, and at my hands in a full measure, but I would have made you my wife because I still have pleasant recollections of that kiss which I snatched from you on that never to be forgotten night and in the darkness, a kiss for which you would have gladly seen me hang then, if you could have laid hands on me." He paused, trying to read what was going on behind those fine eyes of hers, with their vacant, far-seeing gaze, which seemed like another barrier between her and him. At this rough allusion to that moment of horror and of shame, she had not moved a muscle, nor did her gaze lose its fixity. He laughed. "It is an unpleasant recollection, eh, my proud lady? The first kiss of passion was not implanted on your exquisite lips by that fine gentleman whom you deemed worthy of your hand and your love, but by Pierre Adet, the miller's son, what? A creature not quite so human as your horse or your pet dog. Neither you nor I are like to forget that, methinks." Yvonne vouchsafed no reply to the taunt, and for a moment there was silence in the room, until Chauvelin's thin, suave voice broke in quite gently. "Don't lose your patience with the wench, citizen Martin Roget. Your time is too precious to be wasted in useless recriminations." "I have finished with her," retorted the other sullenly. "She shall be dealt with now as I think best. I agree with citizen Carrier. He is right after all. To the Loire with the lot of that foul brood." "Nay," here rejoined Chauvelin with placid urbanity, "are you not a little harsh, citizen, with our fair Yvonne? Remember, women have moods and megrims. What they indignantly refuse to yield to us one day, they will grant with a smile the next. Our beautiful Yvonne is no exception to this rule, I warrant." Even while he spoke, he threw a glance of warning at his colleague. There was something enigmatic in his manner at this moment, and the strange suavity wherein he spoke these words of conciliation and of gentleness. Martin Roget was as usual ready with an impatient retort. He was in a mood to bully and to brutalise, to heap threat upon threat, to win by frightfulness that which he could not gain by persuasion. Perhaps that at this moment he desired Yvonne de Kernogan for wife more even than he desired her death. At any rate, his headstrong temper was ready to chafe against any warnings or advice. But once again Chauvelin's stronger mentality dominated over his less resolute colleague. Martin Roget, the fowler, was in his turn caught in the net of a keener snarer than himself, and whilst, with the obstinacy of the weak, he was making mental resolutions to rebuke Chauvelin for his interference later on, he had already fallen in with the latter's attitude. "The wench has had 3 whole days wherein to alter her present mood," he said more quietly, "and you know yourself, citizen, that the proconsul will not wait after to day." "The day is young yet," rejoined Chauvelin. "It still hath 6 hours to its credit. 6 hours, 360 minutes," he continued with a pleasant little laugh. "Time enough for a woman to change her mind 360 times. Let me advise you, citizen, to leave the wench to her own meditations for the present, and I trust that she will accept the advice of a man who has a sincere regard for her beauty and her charms, and who is old enough to be her father, and seriously think the situation over in a conciliatory spirit. Monsieur le Duc de Kernogan will be grateful to her, for of a truth he is not over happy either at the moment, and will be still less happy in the depot to morrow. It is overcrowded, and typhus, I fear me, is rampant among the prisoners. He has, I am convinced, in spite of what the citizeness says to the contrary, a rooted objection to being hurled into the Loire, or to be arraigned before the bar of the Convention, not as an aristocrat and a traitor, but as a unit of an undesirable herd of criminals sent up to Paris for trial by an anxious and harried proconsul. "There, there," he said benignly, "we will not worry our fair Yvonne any longer, will we, citizen? I think she has grasped the alternative, and will soon realise that marriage with an honourable patriot is not such an untoward fate after all. And now, citizen Martin Roget," he concluded, "I pray you allow me to take my leave of the fair lady, and to give you the wise recommendation to do likewise. She will be far better alone for a while. Night brings good counsel, so they say." He watched the girl keenly while he spoke. Her impassivity had not deserted her for a single moment, but whether her calmness was of hope or of despair he was unable to decide. On the whole, he thought it must be the latter. Hope would have kindled a spark in those dark, purple-rimmed eyes. It would have brought moisture to the lips, a tremor to the hand. The Scarlet Pimpernel was in Nantes, that fact was established beyond a doubt, but Chauvelin had come to the conclusion that so far as Yvonne Dewhurst herself was concerned, she knew nothing of the mysterious agencies that were working on her behalf. Chauvelin's hand closed with a nervous contraction over the packet of papers in his pocket. Something of the secret of that enigmatic English adventurer lay revealed within its folds. Chauvelin had not yet had the opportunity of examining them. The interview with Yvonne had been the most important business for the moment. From somewhere in the distance a city clock struck 6. The afternoon was wearing on. The keenest brain in Europe was on the watch to drag one woman and one man from the deadly trap which had been so successfully set for them. A few hours more, and Chauvelin in his turn would be pitting his wits against the resources of that intricate brain, and he felt like a war horse scenting blood and battle. He was aching to get to work, aching to form his plans, to lay his snares, to dispose his traps so that the noble English quarry should not fail to be caught within its meshes. He gave a last look to Yvonne, who was still sitting quite impassive, gazing through the squalid walls into some beautiful distance, the reflection of which gave to her pale, wan face an added beauty. "Let us go, citizen Martin Roget," he said peremptorily. "There is nothing else that we can do here." And Martin Roget, the weaker morally of the two, yielded to the stronger personality of his colleague. He would have liked to stay on for a while, to gloat for a few moments longer over the helplessness of the woman who to him represented the root of every evil which had ever befallen him and his family, but Chauvelin commanded, and he felt impelled to obey. He gave one long last look at Yvonne, a look that was as full of triumph as of mockery. He looked round the 4 dank walls, the unglazed window, the broken pitcher, the mouldy bread. Revenge was of a truth the sweetest emotion of the human heart. Pierre Adet, son of the miller who had been hanged by orders of the Duc de Kernogan for a crime which he had never committed, would not at this moment have changed places with Fortune's Benjamin. End of Book 2, Chapter 3, Part 1. Book 2, Chapter 3 of Lord Tony's Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lynn Thompson. Lord Tony's Wife by Emmuska Orczy. Book 2, Chapter 3, Part 2, Section 4. Downstairs, in Louise Adet's kitchen, Martin Roget seized his colleague by the arm. "Sit down a moment, citizen," he said persuasively, "and tell me what you think of it all." Chauvelin sat down at the other's invitation. All his movements were slow, deliberate, perfectly calm. "I think," he said dryly, "as far as your marriage with the wench is concerned, that you are beaten, my friend." "Tshaw!" The exclamation, raucous and surcharged with hate, came from Louise Adet. She too, like Pierre, more so than Pierre mayhap, had cause to hate the Kernogans. She too, like Pierre, had lived the last 3 days in the full enjoyment of the thought that fate and chance were about to level things at last between herself and those detested aristos. Silent and sullen, she was shuffling about the room among her pots and pans, but she kept her eye upon her brother's movements and an ear on what he said. Men were apt to lose grit where a pretty wench was concerned. It takes a woman's rancour and a woman's determination to carry a scheme of vengeance against another to a successful end. Martin Roget rejoined more calmly. "I knew that she would still be obstinate," he said. "If I forced her into a marriage, which I have the right to do, she might take her own life and make me look a fool. So I don't want to do that. I believe in the persuasiveness of the Rat Mort to night," he added with a cynical laugh, "and if that fails, well, I was never really in love with the fair Yvonne, and now she has even ceased to be desirable." If the Rat Mort fails to act on her sensibilities as I would wish, I can easily console myself by following Carrier's herd to Paris. Louise shall come with me, eh, little sister? And we'll give ourselves the satisfaction of seeing Monsieur le Duc de Kernogan and his exquisite daughter stand in the felon's dock, tried for malpractices and for evil living. We'll see them branded as convicts and packed off like so much cattle to Cayenne. That will be a sight," he concluded with a deep sigh of satisfaction, "which will bring rest to my soul." He paused. His face looked sullen and evil under the domination of that passion which tortured him. Louise Adet had shuffled up close to her brother. In one hand she held the wooden spoon wherewith she had been stirring the soup. With the other she brushed away the dark, lank hair which hung in strands over her high, pale forehead. In appearance she was a woman immeasurably older than her years. Her face had the colour of yellow parchment, her skin was stretched tightly over her high cheek bones, her lips were colourless, and her eyes, large, wide open, were pale in hue and circled with red. Just now a deep frown of puzzlement between her brows added a sinister expression to her cadaverous face. "The Rat Mort?" she queried in that tired voice of hers. "Cayenne? What is all that about?" "A splendid scheme of Carrier's, my Louise," replied Martin Roget airily. "We convey the Kernogan woman to the Rat Mort. To night a descent will be made on that tavern of ill fame by a company of Marats, and every man, woman, and child within it will be arrested and sent to Paris as undesirable inhabitants of this most moral city. In Paris they will be tried as malefactors or evildoers, cutthroats, thieves, what? And deported as convicts to Cayenne, or else sent to the guillotine. The Kernogans among that herd. What sayest thou to that, little sister? Thy father, thy lover, hung as thieves. Monsieur le Duc and Mademoiselle branded as convicts. 'Tis pleasant to think on, eh?" Louise made no reply. She stood looking at her brother, her pale, red-rimmed eyes seemed to drink in every word that he uttered, while her bony hand wandered mechanically across and across her forehead, as if in a pathetic endeavour to clear the brain from everything save of the satisfying thoughts which this prospect of revenge had engendered. Chauvelin's gentle voice broke in on her meditations. "In the meanwhile," he said placidly, "remember my warning, citizen Martin Roget. There are passing clever and mighty agencies at work, even at this hour, to wrest your prey from you. How will you convey the wench to the Rat Mort? Carrier has warned you of spies, but I have warned you against a crowd of English adventurers far more dangerous than an army of spies. 3 pairs of eyes, probably more, and one pair the keenest in Europe, will be on the watch to seize upon the woman and to carry her off under your very nose." Martin Roget uttered a savage oath. "That brute Carrier has left me in the lurch," he said roughly. "I don't believe in your nightmares and your English adventurers. Still, it would have been better if I could have had the woman conveyed to the tavern under armed escort." "Armed escort has been denied you, and anyway it would not be much use. You and I, citizen Martin Roget, must act independently of Carrier. Your friends down there," he added, indicating the street with a jerk of the head, "must redouble their watchfulness. The village lads of Vertou are of a truth no match intellectually with our English adventurers, but they have vigorous fists in case there is an attack on the wench while she walks across to the Rat Mort." "It would be simpler," here interposed Louise roughly, "if we were to knock the wench on the head and then let the lads carry her across." "It would not be simpler," retorted Chauvelin dryly, "for Carrier might at any moment turn against us. Commandant Fleury with half a company of Marats will be posted round the Rat Mort, remember. They may interfere with the lads and arrest them and snatch the wench from us, when all our plans may fall to the ground. One never knows what double game Carrier may be playing. No, no, the girl must not be dragged or carried to the Rat Mort. She must walk into the trap of her own free will." "But, name of a dog, how is it to be done?" ejaculated Martin Roget, and he brought his clenched fists crashing down upon the table. The woman will not follow me, or Louise either, anywhere willingly." "She must follow a stranger then, or one whom she thinks a stranger, some one who will have gained her confidence." "Impossible." "Oh, nothing is impossible, citizen," rejoined Chauvelin blandly. "Do you know a way, then?" queried the other with a sneer. "I think I do." "If you will trust me, that is." "I don't know that I do. Your mind is so intent on those English adventurers, you are like as not to let the aristos slip through your fingers." "Well, citizen," retorted Chauvelin imperturbably, "will you take the risk of conveying the fair Yvonne to the Rat Mort by 12 o'clock to night? I have very many things to see to. I confess that I should be glad if you will ease me from that responsibility." "I have already told you that I see no way," retorted Martin Roget with a snarl. "Then why not let me act?" "What are you going to do?" "For the moment I am going for a walk on the quay, and once more will commune with the north west wind." "Tshaw!" ejaculated Martin Roget savagely. "Nay, citizen," resumed Chauvelin blandly, "the winds of heaven are excellent counsellors. I told you so just now, and you agreed with me. They blow away the cobwebs of the mind, and clear the brain for serious thinking. You want the Kernogan girl to be arrested inside the Rat Mort, and you see no way of conveying her thither save by the use of violence, which for obvious reasons is to be deprecated. Carrier, for equally obvious reasons, will not have her taken to the place by force. On the other hand, you admit that the wench would not follow you willingly. Well, citizen, we must find a way out of that impasse, for it is too unimportant a one to stand in the way of our plans. For this I must hold a consultation with the north west wind." "I won't allow you to do anything without consulting me." "Am I likely to do that? To begin with, I shall have need of your co operation, and that of the citizeness." "In that case," muttered Martin Roget grudgingly. "But remember," he added with a return to his usual self assured manner, "remember that Yvonne and her father belong to me and not to you. I brought them into Nantes for my own purposes, not for yours. I will not have my revenge jeopardised so that your schemes may be furthered." "Who spoke of my schemes, citizen Martin Roget?" broke in Chauvelin with perfect urbanity. "Surely not I. What am I but an humble tool in the service of the Republic, a tool that has proved useless, a failure, what? My only desire is to help you to the best of my abilities. Your enemies are the enemies of the Republic. My ambition is to help you in destroying them." For a moment longer Martin Roget hesitated. He abominated this suggestion of becoming a mere instrument in the hands of this man whom he still would have affected to despise had he dared. But here came the difficulty: he no longer dared to despise Chauvelin. He felt the strength of the man, the clearness of his intellect, and though he, Martin Roget, still chose to disregard every warning in connection with the English spies, he could not wholly divest his mind from the possibility of their presence in Nantes. Carrier's scheme was so magnificent, so satisfying, that the ex miller's son was ready to humble his pride and set his arrogance aside in order to see it carried through successfully. So, after a moment or two, despite the fact that he positively ached to shut Chauvelin out of the whole business, Martin Roget gave a grudging assent to his proposal. "Very well," he said, "you see to it, so long as it does not interfere with my plans." "It can but help them," rejoined Chauvelin suavely. "If you will act as I shall direct, I pledge you my word that the wench will walk to the Rat Mort of her free will and at the hour when you want her." "What else is there to say?" "When and where shall we meet again?" "Within the hour I will return here and explain to you and to the citizeness what I want you to do. We will get the aristos inside the Rat Mort, never fear, and after that I think that we may safely leave Carrier to do the rest, what?" He picked up his hat and wrapped his mantle round him. He took no further heed of Martin Roget or of Louise, for suddenly he had felt the crackling of crisp paper inside the breast pocket of his coat, and in a moment the spirit of the man had gone a roaming out of the narrow confines of this squalid abode. It had crossed the English Channel and wandered once more into a brilliantly lighted ballroom where an exquisitely dressed dandy declaimed inanities and doggerel rhymes for the delectation of a flippant assembly. It heard once more the lazy, drawling speech, the inane, affected laugh. It caught the glance of a pair of lazy, grey eyes fixed mockingly upon him. Chauvelin's thin, claw-like hand went back to his pocket. It felt that packet of papers, it closed over it like a vulture's talon does upon a prey. He no longer heard Martin Roget's obstinate murmurings, he no longer felt himself to be the disgraced, humiliated servant of the State. Rather did he feel once more the master, the leader, the successful weaver of 100 clever intrigues. The enemy who had baffled him so often had chosen once more to throw down the glove of mocking defiance. So be it. The battle would be fought this night, a decisive one, and long live the Republic and the power of the people. With a curt nod of the head, Chauvelin turned on his heel, and without waiting for Martin Roget to follow him, or for Louise to light him on his way, he strode from the room and out of the house, and had soon disappeared in the darkness in the direction of the quay. Section 5. Once more free from the encumbering companionship of Martin Roget, Chauvelin felt free to breathe and to think. He, the obscure and impassive servant of the Republic, the cold-blooded terrorist who had gone through every phase of an exciting career without moving a muscle of his grave countenance, felt as if every one of his arteries was on fire. He strode along the quay in the teeth of the north-westerly wind, grateful for the cold blast which lashed his face and cooled his throbbing temples. The packet of papers inside his coat seemed to sear his breast. Before turning to go along the quay, he paused, hesitating for a moment what he would do. His very humble lodgings were at the far end of the town, and every minute of time was precious. Inside Le Bouffay, where he had a small room allotted to him as a minor representative in Nantes of the Committee of Public Safety, there was the ever-present danger of prying eyes. On the whole, since time was so precious, he decided on returning to Le Bouffay. The concierge and the clerk fortunately let him through without those official delays which he, Chauvelin, was wont to find so galling ever since his disgrace had put a bar against the opening of every door at the bare mention of his name or the display of his tricolour scarf. He strode rapidly across the hall. The men on guard eyed him with lazy indifference as he passed. Once inside his own sanctum, he looked carefully around him. He drew the curtain closer across the window, and dragged the table and a chair well away from the range which might be covered by an eye at the keyhole. It was only when he had thoroughly assured himself that no searching eye or inquisitive ear could possibly be watching over him, that he at last drew the precious packet of papers from his pocket. He undid the red ribbon which held it together, and spread the papers out on the table before him. Then he examined them carefully one by one. As he did so, an exclamation of wrath or of impatience escaped him from time to time. Once he laughed, involuntarily, aloud. The examination of the papers took him some time. When he had finished he gathered them all together again, retied the bit of ribbon round them, and slipped the packet back into the pocket of his coat. There was a look of grim determination on his face, even though a bitter sigh escaped his set lips. "Oh, for the power," he muttered to himself, "which I had a year ago, for the power to deal with mine enemy myself. So you have come to Nantes, my valiant Sir Percy Blakeney," he added, while a short sardonic laugh escaped his thin set lips, "and you are determined that I shall know how and why you came. Do you reckon, I wonder, that I have no longer the power to deal with you? Well!" He sighed again, but with more satisfaction this time. "Well," he reiterated with obvious complacency, "unless that oaf Carrier is a bigger fool than I imagined him to be, I think I have you this time, my elusive Scarlet Pimpernel." End of Book 2, Chapter 3, Part 2.
Chapter 16 of Lord Tony's Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information, or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lord Tony's Wife, by Emmuska Orczy. Chapter 16, Book 2, Chapter 4, The Net. 1. It was not an easy thing to obtain an audience of the great proconsul at this hour of the night, nor was Chauvelin, the disgraced servant of the Committee of Public Safety, a man to be considered. Carrier, with his love of ostentation and of tyranny, found great delight in keeping his colleagues waiting upon his pleasure, and he knew that he could trust young Jacques Lalouët to be as insolent as any tyrant's flunkey of yore. "I must speak with the proconsul at once," had been Chauvelin's urgent request of Fleury, the commandant of the great man's bodyguard. "The proconsul dines at this hour," had been Fleury's curt reply. "'Tis a matter which concerns the welfare and the safety of the State." "The proconsul's health is the concern of the State too, and he dines at this hour and must not be disturbed." "Commandant Fleury," urged Chauvelin, "you risk being implicated in a disaster. Danger and disgrace threaten the proconsul and all his adherents. I must speak with citizen Carrier at once." Fortunately for Chauvelin there were two keys which, when all else failed, were apt to open the doors of Carrier's stronghold: the key of fear and that of cupidity. He tried both and succeeded. He bribed and he threatened. He endured Fleury's brutality and Lalouët's impertinence, but he got his way. After an hour's weary waiting and ceaseless parleyings he was once more ushered into the antechamber where he had sat earlier in the day. The doors leading to the inner sanctuary were open. Young Jacques Lalouët stood by them on guard. Carrier, fuming and raging at having been disturbed, vented his spleen and ill temper on Chauvelin. "If the news that you bring me is not worth my consideration," he cried savagely, "I'll send you to moulder in Le Bouffay or to drink the waters of the Loire." Chauvelin, silent, self-effaced, allowed the flood of the great man's wrath to spend itself in threats. Then he said quietly: "Citizen proconsul, I have come to tell you that the English spy, who is called the Scarlet Pimpernel, is now in Nantes. There is a reward of 20,000 francs for his capture and I want your help to lay him by the heels." Carrier suddenly paused in his ravings, he sank into a chair and a livid hue spread over his face. "It's not true!" he murmured hoarsely. "I saw him not an hour ago." "What proof have you?" "I'll show them to you but not across this threshold. Let me enter, citizen proconsul, and close your sanctuary doors behind me rather than before. What I have come hither to tell you, can only be said between four walls." "I'll make you tell me," broke in Carrier in a raucous voice, which excitement and fear caused almost to choke in his throat. "I'll make you! Curse you for the traitor that you are! Curse you!" he cried more vigorously, "I'll make you speak! Will you shield a spy by your silence, you miserable traitor? If you do, I'll send you to rot in the mud of the Loire with other traitors less accursed than yourself." "If you only knew," was Chauvelin's calm rejoinder to the other's ravings, "how little I care for life. I only live to be even one day with an enemy whom I hate. That enemy is now in Nantes, but I am like a bird of prey whose wings have been clipped. If you do not help me mine enemy will again go free; and death in that case matters little or nothing to me." For a moment longer Carrier hesitated. Fear had gripped him by the throat. Chauvelin's earnestness seemed to vouch for the truth of his assertion, and if it were so, if those English spies were indeed in Nantes, then his own life was in deadly danger. He, like every one of those bloodthirsty tyrants who had misused the sacred names of fraternity and of equality, had learned to dread the machinations of those mysterious Englishmen and of their unconquerable leader. Popular superstition had it that they were spies of the English government and that they were not only bent on saving traitors from well-merited punishment but that they were hired assassins paid by Mr. Pitt to murder every faithful servant of the Republic. The name of the Scarlet Pimpernel, so significantly uttered by Chauvelin, had turned Carrier's sallow cheeks to a livid hue. Sick with terror now he called Lalouët to him. He clung to the boy with both arms as to the one being in this world whom he trusted. "What shall we do, Jacques?" he murmured hoarsely. "Shall we let him in?" The boy roughly shook himself free from the embrace of the great proconsul. "If you want 20,000 francs," he said with a dry laugh, "I should listen quietly to what citizen Chauvelin has to say." Terror and rapacity were ranged on one side against inordinate vanity. The thought of 20,000 francs made Carrier's ugly mouth water. Money was ever scarce these days; also the fear of assassination was a spectre which haunted him at all hours of the day and night. On the other hand he positively worshipped the mystery wherewith he surrounded himself. It had been his boast for some time now that no one save the chosen few had crossed the threshold of his private chamber; and he was miserably afraid not only of Chauvelin's possible evil intentions, but also that this despicable ex aristo and equally despicable failure would boast in the future of an ascendancy over him. He thought the matter over for fully 5 minutes, during which there was dead silence in the two rooms silence only broken by the stertorous breathing of that wretched coward, and the measured ticking of the fine buhl clock behind him. Chauvelin's pale eyes were fixed upon the darkness, through which he could vaguely discern the uncouth figure of the proconsul, sprawling over his desk. Which way would his passions sway him? Chauvelin as he watched and waited felt that his habitual self-control was perhaps more severely taxed at this moment than it had ever been before. Upon the swaying of those passions, the passions of a man infinitely craven and infinitely base, depended all his Chauvelin's hopes of getting even at last with a daring and resourceful foe. Terror and rapacity were the counsellors which ranged themselves on the side of his schemes, but mere vanity and caprice fought a hard battle too. In the end it was rapacity that gained the victory. An impatient exclamation from young Lalouët roused Carrier from his sombre brooding and hastened on a decision which was destined to have such momentous consequences for the future of both these men. "Introduce citizen Chauvelin in here, Lalouët," said the proconsul grudgingly. "I will listen to what he has to say." 2. Chauvelin crossed the threshold of the tyrant's sanctuary, in no way awed by the majesty of that dreaded presence or confused by the air of mystery which hung about the room. He did not even bestow a glance on the multitudinous objects of art and priceless furniture which littered the tiger's lair. His pale face remained quite expressionless as he bowed solemnly before Carrier and then took the chair which was indicated to him. Young Lalouët fetched a candelabra from the ante-room and carried it into the audience chamber; then he closed the communicating doors. The candelabra he placed on a console table immediately behind Carrier's desk and chair, so that the latter's face remained in complete shadow, whilst the light fell full upon Chauvelin. "Well, what is it?" queried the proconsul roughly. "What is this story of English spies inside Nantes? How did they get here? Who is responsible for keeping such rabble out of our city? Name of a dog, but some one has been careless of his duty. And carelessness these days is closely allied to treason." He talked loudly and volubly; his inordinate terror causing the words to come tumbling, almost incoherently, out of his mouth. Finally he turned on Chauvelin with a snarl like an angry cat. "And how comes it, citizen," he added savagely, "that you alone here in Nantes are acquainted with the whereabouts of those dangerous spies?" "I caught sight of them," rejoined Chauvelin calmly, "this afternoon after I left you. I knew we should have them here, the moment citizen Martin Roget brought the Kernogans into the city. The woman is the wife of one of them." "Curse that blundering fool Martin Roget for bringing that rabble about our ears, and those assassins inside our gates." "Nay. Why should you complain, citizen proconsul?" rejoined Chauvelin in his blandest manner. "Surely you are not going to let the English spies escape this time? And if you succeed in laying them by the heels there where every one else has failed you will have earned 20,000 francs and the thanks of the entire Committee of Public Safety." He paused; and young Lalouët interposed with his impudent laugh. "Go on, citizen Chauvelin," he said. "If there is 20,000 francs to be made out of this game, I'll warrant that the proconsul will take a hand in it. Eh, Carrier?" And with the insolent familiarity of a terrier teasing a grizzly he tweaked the great man's ear. Chauvelin in the meanwhile had drawn the packet of papers from his pocket and untied the ribbon that held them together. He now spread the papers out on the desk. "What are these?" queried Carrier. "A few papers," replied Chauvelin, "which one of your Marats, Paul Friche by name, picked up in the wake of the Englishmen. I caught sight of them in the far distance, and sent the Marats after them. For a while Paul Friche kept on their track, but after that they disappeared in the darkness." "Who were the senseless louts," growled Carrier, "who allowed a pack of foreign assassins to escape? I'll soon make them disappear in the Loire." "You will do what you like about that, citizen Carrier," retorted Chauvelin dryly. "In the meanwhile you would do well to examine these papers." He sorted these out, examined them one by one, then passed them across to Carrier. Lalouët, impudent and inquisitive, sat on the corner of the desk, dangling his legs. With scant ceremony he snatched one paper after another out of Carrier's hands and examined them curiously. "Can you understand all this gibberish?" he asked airily. "Jean Baptiste, my friend, how much English do you know?" "Not much," replied the proconsul, "but enough to recognize that abominable doggerel rhyme which has gone the round of the Committees of Public Safety throughout the country." "I know it by heart," rejoined young Lalouët. "I was in Paris once, when citizen Robespierre received a copy of it. Name of a dog!" added the youngster with a coarse laugh, "how he cursed!" It is doubtful however if citizen Robespierre did on that occasion curse quite so volubly as Carrier did now. "If I only knew why that satané Englishman throws so much calligraphy about," he said, "I would be easier in my mind. Now this senseless rhyme I don't see." "Its importance?" broke in Chauvelin quietly. "I dare say not. On the face of it, it appears foolish and childish; but it is intended as a taunt and is really a poor attempt at humour. They are a queer people these English. If you knew them as I do, you would not be surprised to see a man scribbling off a cheap joke before embarking on an enterprise which may cost him his head." "And this inane rubbish is of that sort," concluded young Lalouët. And in his thin high treble he began reciting. We seek him here, we seek him there, those Frenchies seek him everywhere. Is he in heaven, is he in hell, that demmed elusive Pimpernel?" "Pointless and offensive," he said as he tossed the paper back on the table. "Accursed aristo that Englishman of yours," growled Carrier. "Oh! when I get him." He made an expressive gesture which made Lalouët laugh. "What else have we got in the way of documents, citizen Chauvelin?" he asked. "There is a letter," replied the latter. "Read it," commanded Carrier. "Or rather translate it as you read. I don't understand the whole of the gibberish." And Chauvelin, taking up a sheet of paper which was covered with neat, minute writing, began to read aloud, translating the English into French as he went along. "Here we are at last, my dear Tony. Didn't I tell you that we can get in anywhere despite all precautions taken against us?" "The impudent devils!" broke in Carrier. "Did you really think that they could keep us out of Nantes while Lady Anthony Dewhurst is a prisoner in their hands?" "Who is that?" "The Kernogan woman. As I told you just now, she is married to an Englishman who is named Dewhurst and who is one of the members of that thrice cursed league." Then he continued to read. "And did you really suppose that they would spot half a dozen English gentlemen in the guise of peat gatherers, returning at dusk and covered with grime from their work? Not like, friend Tony, not like. If you happen to meet mine engaging friend Monsieur Chambertin before I have that privilege myself, tell him I pray you, with my regards, that I am looking forward to the pleasure of making a long nose at him once more. Calais, Boulogne, Paris now Nantes. The scenes of his triumphs multiply exceedingly." "What in the devil's name does all this mean?" queried Carrier with an oath. "You don't understand it?" rejoined Chauvelin quietly. "No. I do not. Yet I translate it quite clearly. It is not the language which puzzles me. The contents seem to me such drivel. The man wants secrecy, what? He is supposed to be astute, resourceful, above all mysterious and enigmatic. Yet he writes to his friend matter of no importance between them, recollections of the past, known to them both and threats for the future, equally futile and senseless. I cannot reconcile it all. It puzzles me." "And it would puzzle me," rejoined Chauvelin, while the ghost of a smile curled his thin lips, "did I not know the man. Futile? Senseless, you say? Well, he does futile and senseless things one moment and amazing deeds of personal bravery and of astuteness the next. He is three parts a braggart too. He wanted you, me, all of us to know how he and his followers succeeded in eluding our vigilance and entered our closely guarded city in the guise of grimy peat gatherers. Now I come to think of it, it was easy enough for them to do that. Those peat gatherers who live inside the city boundaries return from their work as the night falls in. Those cursed English adventurers are passing clever at disguise; they are born mountebanks the lot of them. Money and impudence they have in plenty. They could easily borrow or purchase some filthy rags from the cottages on the dunes, then mix with the crowd on its return to the city. I dare say it was cleverly done. That Scarlet Pimpernel is just a clever adventurer and nothing more. So far his marvellous good luck has carried him through. Now we shall see." Carrier had listened in silence. Something of his colleague's calm had by this time communicated itself to him too. He was no longer raving like an infuriated bull; his terror no longer made a half cringing, wholly savage brute of him. He was sprawling across the desk; his arms folded, his deep-set eyes studying closely the well-nigh inscrutable face of Chauvelin. Young Lalouët too had lost something of his impudence. That mysterious spell which seemed to emanate from the elusive personality of the bold English adventurer had been cast over these two callous, bestial natures, humbling their arrogance and making them feel that here was no ordinary situation to be dealt with by smashing, senseless hitting and the spilling of innocent blood. Both felt instinctively too that this man Chauvelin, however wholly he may have failed in the past, was nevertheless still the only man who might grapple successfully with the elusive and adventurous foe. "Are you assuming, citizen Chauvelin," queried Carrier after a while, "that this packet of papers was dropped purposely by the Englishman, so that it might get into our hands?" "There is always such a possibility," replied Chauvelin dryly. "With that type of man one must be prepared to meet the unexpected." "Then go on, citizen Chauvelin. What else is there among those Satané papers?" "Nothing further of importance. There is a map of Nantes, and one of the coast and of La Croisic. There is a cutting from Le Moniteur dated last September, and one from the London Gazette dated 3 years ago. The Moniteur makes reference to the production of Athalie at the Theatre Molière, and the London Gazette to the sale of fat cattle at an agricultural show. There is a receipted account from a London tailor for £200 worth of clothes supplied, and one from a Lyons mercer for 100 francs worth of silk cravats. Then there is the one letter which alone amidst all this rubbish appears to be of any consequence." He took up the last paper, his hand was still quite steady. "Read the letter," said Carrier. "It is addressed in the English fashion to Lady Anthony Dewhurst," continued Chauvelin slowly, "the Kernogan woman, you know, citizen. It says: "Keep up your courage. Your friends are inside the city and on the watch. Try the door of your prison every evening at 1 hour before midnight. Once you will find it yield. Slip out and creep noiselessly down the stairs. At the bottom a friendly hand will be stretched out to you. Take it with confidence. It will lead you to safety and to freedom. Courage and secrecy." Lalouët had been looking over his shoulder while he read; now he pointed to the bottom of the letter. "And there is the device," he said, "we have heard so much about of late: a 5-petalled flower drawn in red ink the Scarlet Pimpernel, I presume." "Aye! the Scarlet Pimpernel," murmured Chauvelin, "as you say. Braggadocio on his part or accident, his letters are certainly in our hands now and will prove, must prove, the tool whereby we can be even with him once and for all." "And you, citizen Chauvelin," interposed Carrier with a sneer, "are mighty lucky to have me to help you this time. I am not going to be fooled, as Candide and you were fooled last September, as you were fooled in Calais and Héron in Paris. I shall be seeing this time to the capture of those English adventurers." "And that capture should not be difficult," added Lalouët with a complacent laugh. "Your famous adventurer's luck hath deserted him this time. An all-powerful proconsul is pitted against him and the loss of his papers hath destroyed the anonymity on which he reckons." Chauvelin paid no heed to the fatuous remarks. How little did this flippant young braggart and this coarse-grained bully understand the subtle workings of that same adventurer's brain! He himself one of the most astute men of the day found it difficult. Even now the losing of those letters in the open streets of Nantes it was part of a plan. Chauvelin could have staked his head on that. a part of a plan for the liberation of Lady Anthony Dewhurst. But what plan? What plan? He took up the letter which his colleague had thrown down. He fingered it, handled it, letting the paper crackle through his fingers, as if he expected it to yield up the secret which it contained. The time had come, of that he felt no doubt, when he could at last be even with his enemy. He had endured more bitter humiliation at the hands of this elusive Pimpernel than he would have thought himself capable of bearing a couple of years ago. But the time had come at last. If only he kept his every faculty on the alert, if fate helped him and his own nerves stood the strain. Above all if this blundering, self-satisfied Carrier could be reckoned on. There lay the one great source of trouble. He, Chauvelin, had no power. He was disgraced, a failure, a nonentity to be sneered at. He might protest, entreat, wring his hands, weep tears of blood and not one man would stir a finger to help him. This brute who sprawled here across his desk would not lend him half a dozen men to enable him to lay by the heels the most powerful enemy the government of the Terror had ever known. Chauvelin inwardly ground his teeth with rage at his own impotence, at his own dependence on this clumsy lout, who was at this moment possessed of powers which he himself would give half his life to obtain. But on the other hand he did possess a power which no one could take from him: the power to use others for the furtherance of his own aims; to efface himself while others danced as puppets to his piping. Carrier had the power; he had spies, Marats, prison guards at his disposal. He was greedy for the reward, and cupidity and fear would make of him a willing instrument. All that Chauvelin need do was to use that instrument for his own ends. One would be the head to direct, the other a mere insentient tool. From this moment onwards every minute, every second and every fraction of a second would be full of portent, full of possibilities. Sir Percy Blakeney was in Nantes with at least 3 or 4 members of his league. He was at this very moment taxing every fibre of his resourceful brain in order to devise a means whereby he could rescue his friend's wife from the fate which was awaiting her. To gain this end he would dare everything, risk everything and dare a great deal more than he had ever dared and risked before. Chauvelin was finding a grim pleasure in reviewing the situation, in envisaging the danger of failure which he knew lay in wait for him, unless he too was able to call to his aid all the astuteness, all the daring, all the resource of his own fertile brain. He studied his colleague's face keenly: that sullen, savage expression in it, the arrogance, the blundering vanity. It was terrible to have to humour and fawn to a creature of that stamp when all one's hopes, all one's future, one's ideals and the welfare of one's country were at stake. But this additional difficulty only served to whet the man's appetite for action. He drew in a long breath of delight, like a captive who first after many days and months of weary anguish scents freedom and ozone. He straightened out his shoulders. A gleam of triumph and of hope shot out of his keen pale eyes. He studied Carrier and he studied Lalouët and he felt that he could master them both quietly, diplomatically, with subtle skill that would not alarm the proconsul's rampant self-esteem; and whilst this coarse-fibred brute gloated in anticipatory pleasure over the handling of a few thousand francs, and whilst Martin Roget dreamed of a clumsy revenge against one woman and one man who had wronged him 4 years ago, he, Chauvelin, would pursue his work of striking at the enemy of the Revolution, of bringing to his knees the man who spent life and fortune in combating its ideals and in frustrating its aims. The destruction of such a foe was worthy a patriot's ambition. On the other hand some of Carrier's bullying arrogance had gone. He was terrified to the very depths of his cowardly heart, and for once he was turning away from his favorite Jacques Lalouët and inclined to lean on Chauvelin for advice. Robespierre had been known to tremble at the sight of that small scarlet device, how much more had he, Carrier, cause to be afraid? He knew his own limitations and he was terrified of the assassin's dagger. As Marat had perished, so he too might end his days, and the English spies were credited with murderous intentions and superhuman power. In his innermost self Carrier knew that despite countless failures Chauvelin was mentally his superior, and though he never would own to this and at this moment did not attempt to shed his overbearing manner, he was watching the other keenly and anxiously, ready to follow the guidance of an intellect stronger than his own. 3. At last Carrier elected to speak. "And now, citizen Chauvelin," he said, "we know how we stand. We know that the English assassins are in Nantes. The question is how we are going to lay them by the heels." Chauvelin gave him no direct reply. He was busy collecting his precious papers together and thrusting them back into the pocket of his coat. Then he said quietly: "It is through the Kernogan woman that we can get hold of him." "How?" "Where she is, there will the Englishmen be. They are in Nantes for the sole purpose of getting the woman and her father out of your clutches." "Then it will be a fine haul inside the Rat Mort," ejaculated Carrier with a chuckle. "Eh, Jacques, you young scamp? You and I must go and see that, what? You have been complaining that life was getting monotonous. Drownages, republican marriages, they have all palled in their turn on your jaded appetite. But the capture of the English assassins, eh? Of that League of the Scarlet Pimpernel which has even caused citizen Robespierre much uneasiness, that will stir up your sluggish blood, you lazy young vermin. Go on, citizen Chauvelin, I am vastly interested." He rubbed his dry, bony hands together and cackled with glee. Chauvelin interposed quietly. "Inside the Rat Mort, eh, citizen?" he queried. "Why, yes. Citizen Martin Roget means to convey the Kernogan woman to the Rat Mort, doesn't he?" "He does." "And you say that where the Kernogan woman is there the Englishmen will be." "The inference is obvious." "Which means 10,000 francs from that fool Martin Roget for having the wench and her father arrested inside the Rat Mort! And 20,000 for the capture of the English spies! Have you forgotten, citizen Chauvelin," he added with a raucous cry of triumph, "that Commandant Fleury has my orders to make a raid on the Rat Mort this night with half a company of my Marats, and to arrest every one whom they find inside?" "The Kernogan wench is not at the Rat Mort yet," quoth Chauvelin dryly, "and you have refused to lend a hand in having her conveyed thither." "I can't do it, my little Chauvelin," rejoined Carrier, somewhat sobered by this reminder. "I can't do it you understand my Marat's taking an aristo to a house of ill fame where presently I have her arrested it won't do it won't do. You don't know how I am spied upon just now it really would not do. I can't be mixed up in that part of the affair. The wench must go to the Rat Mort of her own free will, or the whole plan falls to the ground. That fool Martin Roget must think of a way, it's his affair, after all. He must see to it or you can think of a way," he added, assuming the coaxing ways of a tiger cat. "You are so clever, my little Chauvelin." "Yes," replied Chauvelin quietly, "I can think of a way. The Kernogan wench shall leave the house of citizeness Adet and walk into the tavern of the Rat Mort of her own free will. Your reputation, citizen Carrier," he added without the slightest apparent trace of a sneer, "your reputation shall be safeguarded in this matter. But supposing that in the interval of going from one house to the other the English adventurer succeeds in kidnapping her?" "Pah! Is that likely?" quoth Carrier with a shrug of the shoulders. "Exceedingly likely, citizen; and you would not doubt it if you knew this Scarlet Pimpernel as I do. I have seen him at his nefarious work. I know what he can do. There is nothing that he would not venture; there are few ventures in which he does not succeed. He is as strong as an ox, as agile as a cat. He can see in the dark and he can always vanish in a crowd. Here, there and everywhere, you never know where he will appear. He is a past master in the art of disguise and he is a born mountebank. Believe me, citizen, we shall want all the resources of our joint intellects to frustrate the machinations of such a foe." Carrier mused for a moment in silence. He said after a while, and with a sardonic laugh. "You may be right, citizen Chauvelin. You have had experience with the rascal; you ought to know him. We won't leave anything to chance; don't be afraid of that. My Marats will be keen on the capture. We'll promise Commandant Fleury 1,000 francs for himself and another 1,000 to be distributed among his men if we lay hands on the English assassins to night. We'll leave nothing to chance," he reiterated with an oath. "In which case, citizen Carrier, you must on your side agree to two things," rejoined Chauvelin firmly. "What are they?" "You must order Commandant Fleury to place himself and half a company of his Marats at my disposal." "What else?" "You must allow them to lend a hand if there is an attempt to kidnap the Kernogan wench while she is being conveyed to the Rat Mort." Carrier hesitated for a second or two, but only for form's sake; it was his nature whenever he was forced to yield to do so grudgingly. "Very well," he said at last. "I'll order Fleury to be on the watch and to interfere if there is any street brawling outside or near the Rat Mort. Will that suit you?" "Perfectly. I shall be on the watch too somewhere close by. I'll warn Commandant Fleury if I suspect that the English are making ready for a coup outside the tavern. Personally I think it unlikely, because the Duc de Kernogan will be inside the Rat Mort all the time, and he too will be the object of the Englishman's attacks on his behalf. Citizen Martin Roget too has about a score or so of his friends posted outside his sister's house; they are lads from his village who hate the Kernogans as much as he does himself. Still I shall feel easier in my mind now that I am certain of Commandant Fleury's cooperation." "Then it seems to me that we have arranged everything satisfactorily, what?" "Everything, except the exact moment when Commandant Fleury shall advance with his men to the door of the tavern and demand admittance in the name of the Republic." "Yes, he will have to make quite sure that the whole of our quarry is inside the net, eh? Before he draws the strings, or all our pretty plans fall to naught." "As you say," rejoined Chauvelin, "we must make sure. Supposing therefore that we get the wench safely into the tavern, that we have her there with her father, what we shall want will be some one in observation, some one who can help us to draw our birds to the snare just when we are ready for them. Now there is a man whom I have in my mind; he hath name Paul Friche and is one of your Marats; a surly, ill-conditioned giant. He was on guard outside Le Buffet this afternoon; I spoke to him; he would suit our purpose admirably." "What do you want him to do?" only to make himself look as like a Nantes cutthroat as he can." "He looks like one already," broke in Jacques Lalouët with a laugh. "So much the better. He'll excite no suspicion in that case in the minds of the frequenters of the Rat Mort. Then I'll instruct him to start a brawl a fracas soon after the arrival of the Kernogan wench. The row will inevitably draw the English adventurers hot haste to the spot, either in the hope of getting the Kernogans away during the mêlée or with a view to protecting them. As soon as they have appeared upon the scene, the half company of the Marats will descend on the house and arrest every one inside it." "It all sounds remarkably simple," rejoined Carrier, and with a leer of satisfaction he turned to Jacques Lalouët. "What do you think of it, citizen?" he asked. "That it sounds so remarkably simple," replied young Lalouët, "that personally I should be half afraid." "Of what?" queried Chauvelin blandly. "If you fail, citizen Chauvelin?" "Impossible." "If the Englishmen do not appear?" "Even so the citizen proconsul will have lost nothing. He will merely have failed to gain the 20,000 francs. But the Kernogans will still be in his power and citizen Martin Roget's 10,000 francs are in any case assured." "Friend Jean Baptiste," concluded Lalouët with his habitual insolent familiarity, "you had better do what citizen Chauvelin wants. 10,000 francs are good, and 30 better still. Our privy purse has been empty far too long, and I for one would like the handling of a few brisk notes." "It will only be 28, citizen Lalouët," interposed Chauvelin blandly, "for commandant Fleury will want 1,000 francs and his men another 1,000 to stimulate their zeal. Still I imagine that these hard times 28,000 francs are worth fighting for." "You seem to be fighting and planning and scheming for nothing, citizen Chauvelin," retorted young Lalouët with a sneer. "What are you going to gain, I should like to know, by the capture of that dare devil Englishman?" "Oh!" replied Chauvelin suavely, "I shall gain the citizen proconsul's regard, I hope and yours too, citizen Lalouët. I want nothing more except the success of my plan." Young Lalouët jumped down to his feet. He shrugged his shoulders and through his fine eyes shot a glance of mockery and scorn on the thin, shrunken figure of the Terrorist. "How you do hate that Englishman, citizen Chauvelin," he said with a light laugh. 4. Carrier having fully realized that he in any case stood to make a vast sum of money out of the capture of the band of English spies, gave his support generously to Chauvelin's scheme. Fleury, summoned into his presence, was ordered to place himself and half a company of Marats at the disposal of citizen Chauvelin. He demurred and growled like a bear with a sore head at being placed under the orders of a civilian, but it was not easy to run counter to the proconsul's will. A good deal of swearing, one or two overt threats and the citizen commandant was reduced to submission. The promise of 1,000 francs, when the reward for the capture of the English spies was paid out by a grateful government, overcame his last objections. "I think you should rid yourself of that obstinate oaf," was young Lalouët's cynical comment, when Fleury had finally left the audience chamber. "He is too argumentative for my taste." Chauvelin smiled quietly to himself. He cared little what became of every one of these Nantes louts once his great object had been attained. "I need not trouble you further, citizen Carrier," he said as he finally rose to take his leave. "I shall have my hands full until I myself lay that meddlesome Englishman bound and gagged at your feet." The phrase delighted Carrier's insensate vanity. He was over gracious to Chauvelin now. You shall do that at the Rat Mort, citizen Chauvelin," he said with marked affability, "and I myself will commend you for your zeal to the Committee of Public Safety." "Always supposing," interposed Jacques Lalouët with his cynical laugh, "that citizen Chauvelin does not let the whole rabble slip through his fingers." "If I do," concluded Chauvelin dryly, "you may drag the Loire for my body to morrow." "Oh!" laughed Carrier, "we won't trouble to do that. Au revoir, citizen Chauvelin," he added with one of his grandiloquent gestures of dismissal, "I wish you luck at the Rat Mort to night." Jacques Lalouët ushered Chauvelin out. When he was finally left standing alone at the head of the stairs and young Lalouët's footsteps had ceased to resound across the floors of the rooms beyond, he remained quite still for a while, his eyes fixed into vacancy, his face set and expressionless, and through his lips there came a long drawn out sigh of intense satisfaction. "And now, my fine Scarlet Pimpernel," he murmured softly, "once more, a new do." Then he ran swiftly down the stairs and a moment later was once more speeding toward Le Buffet. Chapter 17.
Chapter 5 of Lord Tony's Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lila Reed. Book 2, Chapter 5 of Lord Tony's Wife by Emmuska, Orczy. After Martin Roget and Chauvelin had left her, Yvonne had sat for a long time motionless, almost unconscious. It seemed as if gradually, hour by hour, minute by minute, her every feeling of courage and of hope were deserting her. 3 days now she had been separated from her father. 3 days she had been under the constant supervision of a woman who had not a single thought of compassion or of mercy for the aristocrat whom she hated so bitterly. At night, curled up on the small bundle of dank straw, Yvonne had made vain efforts to snatch a little sleep. Ever since the day when she had been ruthlessly torn away from the protection of her dear Milor, she had persistently clung to the belief that he would find the means to come to her, to wrest her from the cruel fate which her pitiless enemies had devised for her. She had clung to that hope through that dreary journey from dear England to this abominable city. She had clung to it even whilst her father knelt at her feet in an agony of remorse. She had clung to hope while Martin Roget alternately coaxed and terrorized her, while her father was dragged away from her, while she endured untold misery, starvation, humiliation at the hands of Louise Adet. But now, quite unaccountably, that hope seemed suddenly to have fled from her, leaving her lonely and inexpressibly desolate. That small shrunken figure which, wrapped in a dark mantle, had stood in the corner of the room watching her like a serpent watches its prey, had seemed like the forerunner of the fate which Martin Roget, gloating over her helplessness, had already threatened her. She knew, of course, that neither from him, nor from the callous brute who governed Nantes, could she expect the slightest justice or mercy. She had been brought here by Martin Roget not only to die, but to suffer grievously at his hands in return for a crime which she personally was in no way responsible. To hope for mercy from him at the 11th hour was worse than futile. Her already overburdened heart ached at the thought of her father. He suffered all that she suffered, and in addition he must be tortured with anxiety for her and with remorse. Sometimes she was afraid that under the stress of desperate soul agony he might perhaps have been led to suicide. She knew nothing of what had happened to him, where he was, or whether privations and lack of food or sleep, together with Martin Roget's threats, had by now weakened his morale and turned his pride into humiliating submission. A distant tower clock struck the evening hours, one after the other. Yvonne, for the past 3 days, had only been vaguely conscious of time. Martin Roget had spoken of a few hours' respite only, of the proconsul's desire to be soon rid of her. Well, this meant no doubt that the morrow would see the end of it all, the end of her life which such a brief while ago seemed so full of delight, of love, and of happiness. The end of her life! She had barely begun to live, and her dear milor had whispered to her such sweet promises of endless vistas of bliss. Yvonne shivered beneath her thin gown. The northwesterly blast came in cool gusts through the unglazed window, and a vague instinct of self-preservation caused Yvonne to seek shelter in the one corner of the room where the icy draught did not penetrate quite so freely. 8, 9, and 10 struck from the tower clock far away. She heard these sounds as if in a dream. Tired, cold, and hungry, her vitality at that moment was at its lowest ebb, and, with her back resting against the wall, she fell presently into a torpor-like sleep. Suddenly something roused her, and in an instant she sat up, wide awake and wide-eyed, every one of her senses conscious and on the alert. Something had roused her. At first she could not say what it was, or remember. Then presently individual sounds detached themselves from the buzzing in her ears. Hitherto the house had always been so still, except on the isolated occasions when Martin Roget had come to visit her, and his heavy tread had caused every loose board in the tumble-down house to creak. It was only Louise Adette's shuffling footsteps which had roused the dormant echoes, for she crept downstairs either to her own room or to throw a piece of stale bread to her prisoner. But now it was neither Martin Roget's heavy footfall nor the shuffling gait of Louise Adette which had roused Yvonne from her trance-like sleep. It was a gentle, soft, creeping step which was slowly, cautiously mounting the stairs. Yvonne, crouching against the wall, could count every tread. Now and then a board creaked. Now and then the footsteps halted. Yvonne, wide-eyed, her heart stirred by nameless terror, was watching the door. The piece of tallow candle flickered in the draught. Its feeble light just touched the remote corner of the room, and Yvonne heard those soft, creeping footsteps as they reached the landing and came to a halt outside the door. Every drop of her blood seemed to be frozen by terror. Her knees shook. Her heart almost stopped its beating. Under the door, something small and white had just been introduced. A scrap of paper, and there it remained, white against the darkness of the unwashed boards, a mysterious message left there by an unknown hand, whilst the unknown footsteps softly crept down the stairs again. For a while longer Yvonne remained as she was, cowering against the wall, like a timid animal, fearful lest that innocent-looking object hide some unthought-of danger. Then at last she gathered courage. Trembling with excitement, she raised herself to her knees, and then on hands and knees, for she was very weak and faint, she crawled up to that mysterious piece of paper and picked it up. Her trembling hand closed over it. With wide, staring, terror-filled eyes, she looked all around the narrow room, ere she dared cast one more glance on that mysterious scrap of paper. Then she struggled to her feet and tottered up to the table. She sat down, and with fingers numbed with cold she smoothed out the paper and held it close to the light, trying to read what was written on it. Her sight was blurred. She had to pull herself resolutely together, for suddenly she felt ashamed of her weakness, and her overwhelming terror yielded to feverish excitement. The scrap of paper contained a message addressed to her in that name of which she was so proud, the name which she thought she would never be allowed to bear again, Lady Anthony Dewhurst. She reiterated the words several times, her lips clinging lovingly to them, and just below them there was a small device, drawn in red ink, a tiny flower with 5 petals. Yvonne frowned and murmured, vaguely puzzled, no longer frightened now, "A flower drawn in red. What can it mean?" And as a vague memory struggled for expression in her troubled mind, she added half aloud, "Oh, if it should be—" But now Suddenly all her fears fell away from her. Hope was once more knocking at the gates of her heart. Vague memories had taken definite shape. The mysterious letter, the message of hope, the red flower, all were gaining significance. She stooped low to read the letter by the feeble light of the flickering candle. She read it through with her eyes first, then with her lips in a soft murmur, while her mind gradually took in all that it meant for her. Keep up your courage. Your friends are inside the city and on the watch. Try the door of your prison every evening at 1 hour before midnight. Once you will find it yield. Slip out and creep noiselessly down the stairs. At the bottom a friendly hand will be stretched out for you. Take it with confidence. It will lead you to safety and to freedom. Courage and secrecy. When she had finished reading, her eyes were swimming with tears. There was no longer any doubt in her mind about the message now, for her dear milor had so often spoken to her about the brave Scarlet Pimpernel who had risked his precious life many a time ere this, in order to render service to the innocent and the oppressed. And now, of a surety, this message came from him, from her dear milor and from his gallant chief. There was a small device, the little flower which had so often brought hope to despairing hearts. And it was more than hope that it brought to Yvonne. It brought certitude and happiness, and a sweet tender remorse that she should ever have doubted. She ought to have known all along that everything would be for the best. She had no right ever to have given way to despair. In her heart she prayed for forgiveness from her dear absent milor. How could she ever doubt him? Was it likely that he would abandon her? He and that brave friend of his whose powers were indeed magical. Why, she ought to have done her best to keep up her physical as well as her mental faculties. Who knows but perhaps physical strength might be of inestimable value to herself and to her gallant rescuers presently. She took up the stale brown bread and ate it resolutely. She drank some water and then stamped around the room to get some warmth into her limbs. A distant clock had struck 10 a while ago, and if possible she ought to get an hour's rest before the time came for her to be strong and to act. She shook up her meagre straw pelisse and lay down, determined if possible to get a little sleep, for indeed she felt that that was just what her dear milor would have wished her to do. Thus time went by. Waking or dreaming, Yvonne could never afterwards have said in what state she waited during that one long hour which separated her from the great blissful moment. The bit of candle burnt low and presently died out. After that Yvonne remained quite still upon the straw, in total darkness. No light came through the tiny window. Only the cold northwesterly wind blew in gusts. But of a surety the prisoner who was within sight of freedom felt neither cold nor fatigue now. The tower clock in the distance struck the quarters with dreary monotony. The last stroke of 11 ceased to vibrate through the stillness of the winter's night. Yvonne roused herself from the torpor-like state into which she had fallen. She tried to struggle to her feet, but intensity of excitement had caused a strange numbness to invade her limbs. She could hardly move. A second ago it had seemed to her that she heard a gentle scraping noise at the door, a drawing of bolts, the grating of a key in the lock, and then again soft shuffling footsteps that came and went, and that were not those of Louise Adet. At last Yvonne contrived to stand on her feet, but she had to close her eyes and to remain quite still a while after that, for her ears were buzzing and her head swimming. She thought she must fall if she moved and mayhap lose consciousness. But the state of weakness only lasted a few seconds. The next she had groped her way to the door, and her hand found the iron latch. It yielded. Then she waited, calling up all her strength, for the hour had come wherein she must not only think and act for herself, but think of every possibility which might occur, and act as she might imagine her dear lord would require it of her. She pressed the clumsy latch further. It yielded again, and anon she was able to push open the door. Excited yet confident, she tiptoed out of the room. The darkness, like unto pitch, was terribly disconcerting. With the exception of her narrow prison, Yvonne had only once seen the interior of the house, and that was when, half fainting, she had been dragged across its threshold and up the stairs. She had therefore only a very vague idea as to where the stairs lay, and how she was to get about without stumbling. Slowly and cautiously she crept a few paces forward, then she turned and carefully closed the door behind her. There was not a sound inside the house. Everything was silent around her. Neither footfall nor whisperings reached her straining ears. She felt about her with her hands. She crouched down on her knees. Anon she discovered the head of the stairs. Then suddenly she drew back, like a frightened hare conscious of danger. All the blood rushed back to her heart, making it beat so violently that she once more felt sick and faint. A sound, gentle as a breath, had broken that absolute and dead silence which up to now had given her confidence. She felt suddenly that she was no longer alone in the darkness, that somewhere close by there was someone, friend or foe, who was lying in watch for her, that somewhere in the darkness something moved and breathed. The crackling of the paper inside her kerchief served to remind her that her dear milor was on the watch, and that the blessed message had spoken of a friendly hand which would be stretched out to her, and which she was enjoined to take with confidence. Reassured, she crept on again, and anon a softly murmured "Hush! Shh! Shh!" reached her ear. It seemed to come from down below, not very far, and Yvonne, having once more located the head of the stairs with her hands, began slowly to creep down, softly as a mouse, step by step, but every time that a board creaked she paused, terrified, listening for Louise Adet's heavy footstep, for a sound that would mean the near approach of danger. "Hush! Shh! Shh!" came again, as a gentle murmur from below, and the something that moved and breathed in the darkness seemed to draw nearer to Yvonne. A few more seconds of soul-racking suspense, a few more steps down the creaking stairs, and she felt a strong hand laid upon her wrist, and heard a muffled voice whisper in English, "All is well. Trust me. Follow me." She did not recognize the voice, even though there was something vaguely familiar in its intonation. Yvonne did not pause to conjecture. She had been made happy by the very sound of the language which stood to her for every word of love she had ever heard. It restored her courage and her confidence in their fullest measure. Obeying the whispered command, Yvonne was content now to follow her mysterious guide who had hold of her hand. The steps were steep and winding. At a turn she perceived a feeble light at their foot down below. Up against this feeble light the form of her guide was silhouetted in a dark, broad mass. Yvonne could see nothing of him beyond the square outline of his shoulders and that of his sugar-loaf hat. Her mind was now thrilled with excitement, and her fingers closed almost convulsively around his hand. He led her across Louise Adet's back kitchen. It was from here that the feeble light came, from a small oil lamp which stood on the centre table. It helped to guide Yvonne and her mysterious friend to the bottom of the stairs, then across the kitchen to the front door, where again complete darkness reigned. But soon Yvonne, who was following blindly, whithersoever she was led, heard the click of a latch and the grating of a door upon its hinges. A cold current of air caught her straight in the face. She could see nothing, for it seemed to be as dark out of doors as in, but she had the sensation of that open door, of a threshold to cross, of freedom and happiness beckoning to her straight out of the gloom. Within the next second or two she would be out of this terrible place. Its squalid and dank walls would be behind her. Within the next second or two she would be out of this terrible place. Its squalid and dank walls would be behind her. On ahead, in that thrice welcome obscurity, her dear milor and his powerful friend were beckoning to her to come boldly on. Their protecting arms were already stretched out for her. It seemed to her excited fancies as if the cold night wind brought to her ears the echoing of their endearing words. She filled her lungs with the keen winter air. Hope, happiness, excitement thrilled her every nerve. "A short walk, my lady," whispered the guide, still speaking in English. "You are not cold?" "No, no, I am not cold," she whispered in reply. "I am conscious of nothing save that I am free." "And you are not afraid?" Indeed, I am not afraid," she murmured fervently. "May God reward you, sir, for what you do." Again there had been that certain something, vaguely familiar in the way the man spoke, which for the moment piqued Yvonne's curiosity. She did not, of a truth, know English well enough to detect the very obvious foreign intonation. She only felt that some time in the dim and happy past she had heard this man speak. But even this vague sense of puzzlement she dismissed very quickly from her mind. Was she not taking everything on trust? Indeed, hope and confidence had a very firm hold on her at last. End of Book 2, Chapter 5. Recording by Lila Reed, Chicago, Illinois, United States of America. www.clilareed.wordpress.com. Book 2, Chapter 6 of Lord Tony's Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Lila Reed. Lord Tony's Wife by Emmuska Orczy. Book 2, Chapter 6. The guide had stepped out of the house into the street, Yvonne following closely on his heels. The night was very dark, and the narrow little Carrefour de la Poissonnerie very sparsely lighted. Somewhere overhead, on the right, something groaned and creaked persistently in the wind. A little further on, a street lantern was swinging aloft, throwing a small circle of dim yellowish light on the unpaved street below. By its fitful glimmer Yvonne could vaguely perceive the tall figure of her guide as he stepped out with noiseless yet firm tread, his shoulder brushing against the side of the nearest house as he kept closely within the shadow of its high wall. The sight of his broad back thrilled her. She had fallen to imagining whether this was not perchance that gallant and all-powerful Scarlet Pimpernel himself, the mysterious friend of whom her dear milor so often spoke with an admiration that was akin to worship. He, too, was probably tall and broad, for English gentlemen were usually built that way, and Yvonne's over-excited mind went galloping on the wings of fancy, and in her heart she felt that she was glad that she had suffered so much, and then lived through such a glorious moment as this. Now from the narrow, unpaved yard in the front of the house the guide turned sharply to the right. Yvonne could only distinguish outlines. The streets of Nantes were familiar to her, and she knew pretty well where she was. The lantern inside the clock tower of Le Buffet guided her, and it was now on her right. The house wherein she had been kept prisoner these past 3 days was built against the walls of the great prison-house. She knew that she was in the Carrefour de la Poissonnerie. She felt neither fatigue nor cold, for she was wildly excited. The keen northwesterly wind searched all the weak places in her worn clothing, and her thin shoes were wet through. But her courage up to this point had never once forsaken her. Hope and the feeling of freedom gave her marvellous strength, and when her guide paused a moment ere he turned the angle of the high wall and whispered hurriedly, "You have courage, my lady?" she was able to answer serenely, "In plenty, sir." She tried to peer into the darkness in order to realize whither she was being led. The guide had come to a halt in front of the house, which was next to that of Louise Adet. It was projected several feet in front of the latter. The thing that had creaked so weirdly in the wind turned out to be a painted sign, which swung out from an iron bracket fixed into the wall. Yvonne could not read the writing on the sign, but she noticed that just above it there was a small window dimly lighted from within. What sort of a house it was Yvonne could not, of course, see. The frontage was dark save for narrow streaks of light, which peeped through the interstices of the door and through the chinks of ill-fastened shutters on either side. Not a sound came from within, but now the guide had come to a halt it seemed to Yvonne, whose nerves and senses had become preternaturally acute, that the whole air around her was filled with muffled sounds, and when she stood still and strained her ears to listen, she was conscious right through the inky darkness of vague forms, shapeless and silent, that glided past her in the gloom. "Your friends will meet you here," the guide whispered as he pointed to the door of the house in front of him. "The door is on the latch. Push it open and walk in boldly. Then gather up all of your courage, for you will find yourself in the company of poor people whose manners are somewhat rougher than those to which you have been accustomed. But though the people are uncouth, you will find them kind. Above all, you will find that they will pay no heed to you. So I entreat you, do not be afraid. Your friends would have arranged for a more refined place wherein to come and find you, but as you well may imagine, they had no choice." "I quite understand, sir," said Yvonne quietly, "and I am not afraid." "Ah, that's brave," he rejoined. "Then do as I tell you. I give you my word that inside the house you will be perfectly safe until such time as your friends are able to get to you. You may have to wait an hour or even 2. You must have patience. Find a quiet place in one of the corners of the room and sit there quietly. Take no notice of what goes on around you. You will be quite safe, and the arrival of your friends is only a question of time." "My friends, sir?" she said earnestly, and her voice shook slightly as she spoke. "Are you not one of the most devoted friends I can ever hope to have? I cannot find the words now wherewith to thank you, but—" "I pray you do not thank me," he broke in gruffly, "and do not waste time in parleying. The open street is none too safe a place for you just now. The house is." His hand was on the latch, and he was about to push open the door when Yvonne stopped him with a word. "My father," she whispered with passionate entreaty, "will you help him too?" "Monsieur le Duc de Kernogan is as safe as you are, my lady," he replied. "He will join you anon. I pray that you have no fears for him. Your friends are caring for him in the same way as they care for you." "Then I shall see him soon?" "Very soon. And in the meanwhile," he added, "I pray to you to sit quite still and to wait events. Despite anything you may see or hear, your father's safety and your own, not to speak of that of your friends, hangs on your quiescence, your silence, your obedience." "I will remember, sir," rejoined Yvonne quietly. "I in my turn entreat you to have no fears for me." Even while she said this, the man pushed the door open. Yvonne had meant to be brave. Above all, she had meant to be obedient. But even so, she could not help recoiling at the sight of the place where she had just been told she must wait patiently and silently for an hour or even 2. The room into which her guide now gently urged her forward was large and low, only dimly lighted by an oil lamp which hung from the ceiling and emitted a thin stream of black smoke and evil smell. Such air as there was foul and reeked of the fumes of alcohol and charcoal, of the smoking lamp and of rancid grease. The walls had no doubt been whitewashed once. Now they were of a dull greyish tint, with here and there hideous stains of red, or the marks of a set of greasy fingers. The plaster was hanging in strips and lumps from the ceiling. It had fallen away in patches from the walls, where it displayed the skeleton laths beneath. There were 2 doors in the wall immediately facing the front entrance, and on each side of the latter there was a small window, both insecurely shuttered. To Yvonne the whole place appeared unspeakably squalid and noisome. Even as she entered, her ears caught the sound of hideous muttered blasphemy, followed by quickly suppressed hoarse and mirthless laughter, and the piteous cry of an infant at the breast. There were perhaps 16 to 20 people in the room, amongst them a goodly number of women, some of whom had tiny, miserable atoms of humanity clinging to their ragged skirts. A group of men in tattered shirts, bare shins, and sabots stood in the centre of the room, and had apparently been in conclave when the entrance of Yvonne and her guide caused them to turn quickly to the door and to scan the newcomers with a furtive, suspicious look, which would have been pathetic had it not been so full of evil intent. The muttered blasphemy had come from this group. 1 or 2 of the men spat upon the ground in the direction of the door, where Yvonne instinctively had remained rooted to the spot. As for the women, they only betrayed their sex by the ragged clothes which they wore. There was not a face there which had on it a single line of softness or of gentleness. They might have been old women or young. The hair was of a uniform nondescript colour, lank and unkempt. hanging in thin strands over their brows. Their eyes were sunken, their cheeks either flaccid or haggard. There was no individuality amongst them, just one uniform sisterhood of wretchedness, which had already gone hand in hand with crime. Across one angle of the room there was a high wooden counter like a bar, on which stood a number of jugs and bottles, some chunks of bread and pieces of cheese, and a collection of pewter mugs. An old man and a fat, coarse-featured, middle-aged woman stood behind it and dispensed various noxious-looking liquors. Above their heads, upon the grimy tumble-down wall, the Republican device "Liberté, Égalité, Fraternité" was scrawled in charcoal in huge characters, and below it was scribbled the hideous doggerel which an impious mind had fashioned the last autumn on the subject of the martyred Queen. Yvonne had closed her eyes for a moment as she entered. Now she turned appealingly toward her guide. "Must it be in here?" she asked. "I'm afraid it must," he replied with a sigh. "You told me that you would be brave." She pulled herself together resolutely. "I will be brave," she said quietly. "Ah, that's better," he rejoined. "I give you my word that you will be absolutely safe here until such a time as your friends can get to you. I entreat you to gather up your courage. I assure you that these wretched people are not unkind. Misery, not unlike that which you yourself have endured, has made them what they are. No doubt we should have arranged for a better place for you wherein to await your friends if we had the choice, but you will understand that your safety and our own had to be our paramount consideration, and we had no choice." "I quite understand, sir," said Yvonne valiantly, "and am already ashamed of my fears." And without another word of protest, she stepped boldly into the room. For a moment or two the guide remained standing upon the threshold, watching Yvonne's progress. She had already perceived an empty bench in the farthest angle of the room, up against the door opposite, where she hoped or believed that she could remain unmolested while she waited patiently and in silence as she had been ordered to do. She skirted the groups of men in the centre of the room as she went, but even though she felt more than she heard, that muttered insult accompanied the furtive and glowering looks wherewith she was regarded. More than one wretch spat upon her skirts on the way. But now she was in no sense frightened, only wildly excited. Even her feeling of horror she contrived to conquer. The knowledge that her own attitude, and above all her obedience, could help her gallant rescuers in their work, gave her enduring strength. She felt quite confident that within an hour or two she would be in the arms of a dear milord who had risked his life in order to come to her. It was indeed well worth while to have suffered as she had done, and to endure all that she might yet have to endure, for the sake of the happiness which was in store for her. She turned to give a last look to her guide, a look which was intended to reassure him completely as to her courage and her obedience. But already he had gone, and had closed the door behind him, and quite against her will the sudden sense of loneliness and helplessness clutched at her heart with a grip that made it ache. She wished that she had succeeded in catching sight of the face of so valiant a friend. The fact that she was safely out of Louise Adet's vengeful clutches was due to the man who had just disappeared behind that door. It would be thanks to him presently if she saw her father again. Yvonne felt more convinced than ever that he was the Scarlet Pimpernel, milord's friend, who kept his valiant personality a mystery even to those who owed their lives to him. She had seen the outline of his broad figure, she had felt the touch of his hand. Would she recognize these again when she met him in England in the happy days that were to come? In any case, she thought she would recognize the voice and the manner of speaking, so unlike that of any English gentleman she had known. The man who had so mysteriously led Yvonne de Kernogan from the house of Louise Adet to the Rat Mort turned away from the door of the tavern as soon as it had closed on the young girl, and started to go back the way he came. At the angle formed by the high wall of the tavern he paused. A moving form had detached itself from the surrounding gloom and hailed him with a cautious whisper. "Hist! Citizen Montimergé, is that you?" "Yes." "Everything is just as we anticipated?" "Everything." "Either went safely inside?" "Quite safely." The other gave a low cackle which might have been intended for a laugh. "The simplest means," he said, "are always the best." She never suspected me. It was all perfectly simple. You are a magician, Citizen Chauvelin," added Martin Roget grudgingly. "I would never have thought of such a clever scheme." "You see," rejoined Chauvelin dryly, "I graduated in the school of a master of all ruses, a master of daring, and a past master in the art of mimicry. And hope is our great ally, the hope that never forsakes a prisoner, that of getting free. Your fair Yvonne had boundless faith in the power of her English friends, therefore she fell into our trap like a bird. And like a bird she shall struggle in vain after this," said Martin Roget slowly. "Oh, that I could hasten the flight of time! The next few minutes will hang on me like hours. And I wish, too, it were not so bitterly cold," he added with a curse. "This northwesterly wind has gotten into my bones." "Onto your nerves, I imagine, citizen," retorted Chauvelin with a laugh. "For my part, I feel as warm and comfortable as on a lovely day in June." "Hark! Who goes there?" broke in the other man abruptly, as a solitary moving form detached itself from the surrounding inky blackness, and the sound of measured footsteps broke the citizen of the night. "Quite in order, citizen," was the prompt reply. The shadowy form came a step or two further forward. "Is it you, Citizen Fleury?" queried Chauvelin. "Himself, citizen," replied the other. The men had spoken in a whisper. Fleury now placed his hand on Chauvelin's arm. "We had better not stand so close to the tavern," he said. "The night hawks are already about. We don't want to scare them." He led the others up the yard, and then into a very narrow passage which lay between Louise Adet's house and the Red Moor, and was bordered by the high wall of the houses on either side. "This is Blind Alley," he whispered. "We have a wall of Le Bouffay in front of us. The wall of the Red Moor is on one side, and the house of the Citizeness Adet on the other. We can talk here undisturbed." Overhead there was a tiny window dimly lighted from within. Chauvelin pointed up to it. "What is that?" he asked. "An aperture too small for any human being to pass through," replied Fleury dryly. "It gives on a small landing at the foot of the stairs. I told Fichet to try and manoeuvre so that the wench and her father were pushed in there out of the way while the worst of the fracas is going on." "That was your suggestion, Citizen Chauvelin." "It was. I was afraid that the two aristos might get spirited away while your men are tackling the crowd in the tap-room. I want them put away in a safe place." "The staircase is safe enough," rejoined Fleury. "It has no egress save that on the tap-room, and only leads to the upper story in the attic. The house has no back entrance. It is built against the wall of Le Bouffay." "And what about your Marats, Citizen Commandant?" "Oh, I have them all along the street, entirely under cover, but closely on the watch. Half a company, and all keen after the game. The 1,000 francs you promised them has stimulated their zeal most marvellously, and as soon as Paul Friche in there has whipped up the tempers of the frequenters of the Rat Mort, we shall be ready to rush the place, and I assure you, Citizen Chauvelin, that only a disembodied ghost, if there be one in the place, will succeed in evading arrest." "Is Paul Friche already at his post, then?" "And at work, or I'm much mistaken," replied Fleury, as he suddenly gripped Chauvelin by the arm. For just at this moment the silence of the winter's night was broken by loud cries which came from the interior of the Red Moor. Voices were raised to hoarse and raucous cries. Men and women all appeared to be shrieking together, and presently there was a loud crash as of overturned furniture and broken glass. "A few minutes longer, Citizen Fleury," said Chauvelin, as the commandant of the Marats turned on his heel and started to go back to the Carrefour de la Poissonnerie. "Oh, yes," whispered the latter. "We'll wait a while longer to give the Englishmen time to arrive on the scene. The coast is clear for them. My Marats are hidden from sight behind the doorways and shop fronts of the houses opposite. In about 3 minutes from now I'll send them forward." "And good luck to your hunting, citizen," whispered Chauvelin in response. Fleury very quickly disappeared in the darkness, and the two other men followed in his wake. They hugged the wall of the Red Moor as they went along, and its shadow enveloped them completely. Their shoes made no sound on the unpaved ground. Chauvelin's nostrils quivered as he drew the keen cold air into his lungs, and faced the northwesterly blast, which at this moment also lashed across the face of his enemy. His keen eyes tried to pierce the gloom, his ears were strained to hear that merry peal of laughter which in the unforgettable past had been wont to proclaim the present of the reckless adventurer. He knew, he felt, as certainly as he felt the air which he breathed, that the man whom he hated beyond everything on earth was somewhere close by, wrapped in the murkiness of the night, thinking, planning, intriguing, pitting his sharp wits, his indomitable pluck, his imprudent dare-devilry against the sure and patient trap which had been set for him. Half a company of Marats in front, the walls of Le Buffet in the rear. Chauvelin rubbed his thin hands together. "You're not a disembodied ghost, my fine Scarlet Pimpernel," he murmured, "and this time I really think—" End of Redmore, Book 2, Chapter 6 of Lord Tony's Wife. Read by Lila Reed. www.seelilaread.wordpress.com
Chapter 7 of Lord Tony's Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines. Lord Tony's Wife by Emmuska. Chapter 7. The Fracas in the Tavern. Part 1. Yvonne had settled herself in a corner of the tap room on a bench, and had tried to lose consciousness of her surroundings. It was not easy. Glances charged with rancour were levelled at her dainty appearance, dainty and refined despite the look of starvation and of weariness on her face and the miserable state of her clothing, and not a few muttered insults waited on those glances. As soon as she was seated, Yvonne noticed that the old man and the coarse fat woman behind the bar started an animated conversation together, of which she was very obviously the object, for the two heads, the lean and the round, were jerked more than once in her direction. Presently the man, it was George Lemoine, the proprietor of the Rat Mort, came up to where she was sitting. His lank figure was bent so that his lean back formed the best part of an arc, and an expression of mock deference further distorted his ugly face. He came up quite close to Yvonne, and she found it passing difficult not to draw away from him, for the leer on his face was appalling. His eyes, which were set very near to his hooked nose, had a horrible squint. His lips were thick and moist, and his breath reeked of alcohol. "What will the noble lady deign to drink?" he now asked in an oily, suave voice. And Yvonne, remembering the guide's admonition, contrived to smile unconcernedly into the hideous face. "I would very much like some wine," she said cheerfully, "but I am afraid that I have no money wherewith to pay you for it." The creature with a gesture of abject humility rubbed his greasy hands together. "And may I respectfully ask," he queried blandly, "what are the intentions of the noble lady in coming to this humble abode, if she hath no desire to partake of refreshments?" "I am expecting friends," replied Yvonne bravely. "They will be here very soon, and will gladly repay you lavishly for all the kindness which you may be inclined to show me the while." She was very brave indeed, and looked this awful misshapen specimen of a man quite boldly in the face. She even contrived to smile, though she was well aware that a number of men and women, perhaps a dozen altogether, had congregated in front of her in a compact group around the landlord, that they were nudging one another and pointing derisively, malevolently at her. It was impossible, despite all attempts at valour, to mistake the hostile attitude of these people. Some of the most obscene words, coined during these last horrible days of the Revolution, were freely hurled at her, and one woman suddenly cried out in a shrill treble: "Throw her out, citizen Lemoine. We don't want spies in here." "Indeed, indeed," said Yvonne as quietly as she could, "I am no spy. I am poor and wretched like yourselves, and desperately lonely, save for the kind friends who will meet me here anon." "Aristos like yourself," growled one of the men. This is no place for you or for them." "No, no, this is no place for aristos," cried one of the women, in a voice which many excesses and many vices had rendered hoarse and rough. "Spy or not, we don't want you in here, do we?" she added, as with arms akimbo she turned to face those of her own sex who behind the men had come up in order to see what was going on. "Throw her out, Lemoine," reiterated a man who appeared to be an oracle amongst the others. "Please, please let me stop here," pleaded Yvonne. "If you turn me out I shall not know what to do. I shall not know where to meet my friends." "Pretty story about those friends," broke in Lemoine roughly. "How do I know if you're lying or not?" From the opposite angle of the room the woman behind the bar had been watching the little scene with eyes that glittered with cupidity. Now she emerged from behind her stronghold of bottles and mugs and slowly waddled across the room. She pushed her way unceremoniously past her customers, elbowing men, women and children vigorously aside with a deft play of her large muscular arms. Having reached the forefront of the little group, she came to a standstill immediately in front of Yvonne, and crossing her mighty arms over her ponderous chest she eyed the aristo with unconcealed malignity. "We do know that the slut is lying. That is where you make the mistake, Lemoine. A slut, that's what she is. And the friend whom she's going to meet well!" she added, turning with an ugly leer toward the other women, "we all know what sort of friend that one is likely to be, eh, mesdames? Bringing evil fame on this house, that's what the wench is after, so as to bring the police about our ears. I wouldn't trust her, not another minute. Out with you, and at once, do you hear? This instant. Lemoine has parleyed quite long enough with you already." Despite all her resolutions Yvonne was terribly frightened. While the hideous old hag talked and screamed and waved her coarse red arms about, the unfortunate young girl with a great effort of will kept repeating to herself: "I am not frightened. I must not be frightened. He assured me that these people would do me no harm." But now when the woman had ceased speaking there was a general murmur of "Throw her out. Spy or aristo, we don't want her here," whilst some of the men added significantly: "I am sure that she is one of Carrier's spies and in league with his Marats. We shall have those devils in here in a moment if we don't look out. Throw her out before she can signal to the Marats." Ugly faces charged with hatred and virulence were thrust threateningly forward. One or two of the women were obviously looking forward to joining in the scramble when this stuck up wench would presently be hurled out into the street. "Now then, my girl, out you get," concluded the woman Lemoine, as with an expressive gesture she proceeded to roll her sleeves higher up on her arm. She was about to lay her dirty hands on Yvonne, and the poor girl was nearly sick with horror, when one of the men, a huge, coarse giant, whose muscular torso, covered with grease and grime, showed almost naked through ragged shirt which hung from his shoulders in strips, seized the woman Lemoine by the arm and dragged her back a step or two away from Yvonne. "Don't be a fool, petite Marie," he said, accompanying this admonition with a blasphemous oath. "Slut or no, the wench may as well pay you something for the privilege of staying here. Look at that cloak she's wearing, the shoe leather on her feet. Aren't they worth a bottle of your sour wine?" "What's that to you, Paul Friche?" retorted the woman roughly, as with a vigorous gesture she freed her arm from the man's grasp. "Is this my house or yours?" "Yours, of course," replied the man with a coarse laugh and still a coarser jest, "but this won't be the first time that I have saved you from impulsive folly. Yesterday you were for harbouring a couple of rogues who were Marats in disguise. If I hadn't given you warning, you would now have swallowed more water from the Loire than you would care to hold. But for me, 2 days ago you would have received the goods pinched by Ferté out of Balaze's shop, and been thrown to the fishes in consequence for the entertainment of the proconsul and his friends. You must admit that I've been a good friend to you before now." "And if you have, Paul Friche," retorted the hag obstinately, "I paid you well for your friendship, both yesterday and the day before, didn't I?" "You did," assented Friche imperturbably, "that's why I want to serve you again to night." "Don't listen to him, petite Moray," interposed one of two out of the crowd. "He is a white livered skunk to talk to you like that." Very well," quoth Paul Friche, and he spat vigorously on the ground in token that henceforth he divested himself from any responsibility in this matter. "Don't listen to me. Lose a benefit of 20, perhaps 40 francs for the sake of a bit of fun. Very well, he continued as he turned and slouched out of the group to the further end of the room, where he sat down on a barrel. He drew the stump of a clay pipe out of the pocket of his breeches, stuffed it into his mouth, stretched his long legs out before him and sucked away at his pipe with complacent detachment. "I didn't know," he added with biting sarcasm by the way of a parting shot, "that you and Lemoine had come into a fortune recently, and that 40 or 50 francs are nothing to you now." "40 or 50! Come, come!" protested Lemoine feebly. II. Yvonne's fate was hanging in the balance. The attitude of the small crowd was no less threatening than before, but immediate action was withheld while the Lemoines obviously debated in their minds what was best to be done. The instinct to have at an aristo with all the accumulated hatred of many generations was warring with the innate rapacity of the Breton peasant. 40 or 50, reiterated Paul Friche emphatically. "Can't you see that the wench is an aristo escaped out of La Buffet or the Entrepot?" he added contemptuously. "I know that she is an aristo," said the woman, "that's why I want to throw her out." "And get nothing for your pains?" retorted Friche roughly. "If you wait for her friends we may all of us get as much as 20 francs each to hold our tongues." 20 francs each! The murmur was repeated with many a sigh of savage gluttony by every one in the room, and repeated again and again, especially by the women. "You are a fool, Paul Friche," commented Lemoine. "A fool, am I?" retorted the giant. "Then let me tell you that 'tis you who are a fool and worse. I happen to know," he added as he once more rose and rejoined the group in the centre of the room, "I happen to know that you and every one here is heading straight for a trap arranged by the Committee of Public Safety, whose chief emissary came into Nantes a while ago and is named Chauvelin. It is a trap which will land all you in the criminal dock first and on the way to Cayenne or the guillotine afterwards. This place is surrounded with Marats, and orders have been issued to them to make a descent on this place as soon as Papa Lemoine's customers are assembled. There are 2 members of the accursed company amongst us at the present moment." He was standing right in the middle of the room, immediately beneath the hanging lamp. At his words, spoken with such firm confidence, as one who knows and is therefore empowered to speak, a sudden change came over the spirit of the whole assembly. Everything was forgotten in the face of this new danger. 2 Marats, the sleuth hounds of the proconsul, here present as spies and as informants! Every face became more haggard, every cheek more livid. There was a quick and furtive scurrying toward the front door. 2 Marats here!" shouted one man who was bolder than the rest. "Where are they?" Paul Friche, who towered above his friends, stood at this moment quite close to a small man, dressed like the others in ragged breeches and shirt, and wearing the broad brimmed hat usually affected by the Breton peasantry. "2 Marats! 2 spies!" screeched a woman. "Where are they?" "Here is one," replied Paul Friche with a loud laugh, and with his large grimy hand he lifted the hat from his neighbour's head and threw it on the ground. "And there," he added, as with long bony finger he pointed to the front door, where another man, a square built youngster with tow coloured hair somewhat resembling a shaggy dog, was endeavouring to effect a surreptitious exit, "there is the other." and he is on the point of slipping quietly away in order to report to his captain what he has seen and heard at the Rat Mort. One moment, citizen," he added, and with a couple of giant strides he too had reached the door. His large rough hand had come down heavily on the shoulder of the youth with the tow coloured hair, and had forced him to veer round and to face the angry gesticulating crowd. "Two Marats! Two spies!" shouted the men. "Now we'll soon settle their little business for them." "Marat yourself!" cried this small man who had first been denounced by Friche. "I am no Marat, as a good many of you here know. Maman Lemoine," he added pleading, "you know me. Am I a Marat?" But the Lemoines, man and wife, at the first suggestion of police, had turned a deaf ear to all their customers. Their own safety being in jeopardy, they cared little what happened to anybody else. They had retired behind their counter and were in close consultation together, no doubt as to the best means of escape if indeed the man Paul Friche spoke the truth. "I know nothing about him," the woman was saying, "but he certainly was right last night about those two men who came ferreting in here, and last week too." "Am I a Marat, Maman Lemoine?" shouted the small man as he hammered his fist upon the counter. "For 10 years and more I have been a customer in this place and...." "Am I a Marat?" shouted the youth with the tow coloured hair, addressing the assembly indiscriminately. "Some of you here know me well enough. Jean Paul, you know. Ledouble, you too." Of course, I know you well enough, Jacques Leroux," came with a loud laugh from one of the crowd. "Who said you were a Marat?" "Am I a Marat, Maman Lemoine?" reiterated the small man at the counter. "Oh! leave me alone with your quarrels," shouted the woman Lemoine in reply. "Settle them among yourselves." "Then if Jacques Leroux is not a Marat," now came in a bibulous voice from a distant corner of the room, "and this compere here is known to Maman Lemoine, where are the real Marats who according to this fellow Friche, whom we none of us know, are spying upon us?" "Yes, where are they?" suggested another. "Show 'em to us, Paul Friche, or whatever your accursed name happens to be." "Tell us where you come from yourself," screamed the woman with a shrill treble. "It seems to me quite possible that you're a Marat yourself." This suggestion was at once taken up. "Marat yourself," shouted the crowd, and the two men who a moment ago had been accused of being spies in disguise shouted louder than the rest. "Marat yourself." III. After that, pandemonium reigned. The words police and Marats had aroused the terror of all these night hawks, who were wont to think themselves immune inside their lair. And terror is at all times an evil counsellor. In the space of a few seconds confusion held undisputed sway. Every one screamed, waved arms, stamped feet, struck out with heavy bare fists at his nearest neighbour. Every one's hand was against every one else. "Spy! Marat! Informer!" were the three words that detached themselves most clearly from out the babel of vituperations freely hurled from end to end of the room. The children screamed, the women's shrill or hoarse treble mingled with the cries and imprecations of the men. Paul Friche had noted that the turn of the tide was against him, long before the first naked fist had been brandished in his face. Agile as a monkey he had pushed his way through to the bar, and placing his two hands upon it, with a swift leap he had taken up a sitting position in the very middle of the table amongst the jugs and bottles, which he promptly seized and used as missiles and weapons, whilst with his dangling feet encased in heavy sabots he kicked out vigorously and unceasingly against the shins of his foremost assailants. He had the advantage of position and used it cleverly. In his right hand he held a pewter mug by the handle, and used it as a swivel against his aggressors with great effect. "The Loire for you, you blackmailer, liar, traitor!" shouted some of the women who, bolder than the men, thrust shaking fists at Paul Friche as closely as that pewter mug would allow. "Break his jaw before he can yell for the police," admonished one of the men from the rear. before he can save his own skin." But those who shouted loudest had only their fists by way of weapon, and Paul Friche had mugs and bottles, and those sabots of his kicked out with uncomfortable agility. "Break my jaw, will you?" he shouted every time that a blow from the mug went home. "A spy, am I? Very well then, here's for you, Jacques Leroux. Go and nurse your cracked skull at home. You want a row," he added, hitting at a youth who was brandishing a heavy fist in his face. "Well, you shall have it, and as much of it as you like, as much of it as will bring the patrols of police comfortably about your ears." Bang! went the pewter mug crashing against a man's hard skull. Bang! went Paul Friche's naked fist against the chest of another. He was a hard hitter and swift. The Lemoines from behind their bar shouted louder than the rest, doing as much as their lungs would allow them in the way of admonishing, entreating, protesting, cursing everyone for a set of fools who were playing straight into the hands of the police. Now then, children, stop that bellowing, will you? There are no spies here. Paul Friche was only having his little joke. We all know one another, what? Camels," added Lemoine more forcibly. "They'll bring the patrols about our ears for sure." Paul Friche was not by any means the only man who was being vigorously attacked. After the first 2 or 3 minutes of this kingdom of pandemonium, it was difficult to say who was quarrelling with whom. Old grudges were revived, old feuds taken up there, where they had previously been interrupted. Accusations of spying were followed by abuse for some past wrong of blacklegging or cheating a confrère. The temperature of the room became suffocating. All these violent passions seething within these 4 walls seemed to become tangible, and to mingle with the atmosphere already surcharged with the fumes of alcohol, of tobacco, and of perspiring humanity. There was many a black eye already, many a contusion. More than one knife, surreptitiously drawn, was already stained with red. IV. There was also a stampede for the door. One man gave the signal. Seeing that his mates were wasting precious time by venting their wrath against Paul Friche and then quarrelling among themselves, he hoped to effect an escape ere the police came to stop the noise. No one believed in the place being surrounded. Why should it be? The Marats were far too busy hunting up rebels and aristos to trouble much about the Rat Mort and its customers. But it was quite possible that a brawl would bring a patrol along, and then, where the police correctionnelle and the possibility of deportation or worse, retreat was undoubtedly safer while there was time. One man first, then 1 or 2 more on his heels, and those among the women who had children in their arms or clinging to their skirts, they turned stealthily to the door, almost ashamed of their cowardice, ashamed lest they were seen abandoning the field of combat. It was while confusion reigned unchecked that Yvonne, who was cowering, frankly terrified at last, in the corner of the room, became aware that the door close beside her, the door situated immediately opposite the front entrance, was surreptitiously opened. She turned quickly to look, for she was like a terror-stricken little animal now, one that scents and feels and fears dangers from every quarter round. The door was being pushed open very slowly by what was still to Yvonne an unseen hand. Somehow that opening door fascinated her. For the moment she forgot the noise and the confusion around her. Then suddenly, with a great effort of will, she checked the scream which had forced itself up to her throat. "Father!" was all that she contrived to say in a hoarse and passionate murmur. Fortunately, as he peered cautiously round the room, M. le duc caught sight of his daughter. She was staring at him, wide-eyed, her lips bloodless, her cheeks the colour of ashes. He looked but the ghost now of that proud aristo who little more than a week ago was the centre of a group of courtiers around the person of the heir to the English throne. Starved, emaciated, livid, he was the shadow of his former self, and there was a haunted look in his purple rimmed eyes which spoke with pathetic eloquence of sleepless night and of a soul tortured with remorse. Just for the moment no one took any notice of him. Every one was shrieking, every one was quarrelling, and Monsieur le duc, placing a finger to his lips, stole cautiously round to his daughter. The next instant they were clinging to one another, these two who had endured so much together, he the father who had wrought such an unspeakable wrong, and she the child who was so lonely, so forlorn and almost happy in finding some one who belonged to her, some one to whom she could cling. "Father, dear, what shall we do?" Yvonne murmured, for she felt the last shred of her fictitious courage oozing out of her, in face of this awful lawlessness which literally paralysed her thinking faculties. "Sh! dear," whispered M. le duc in reply. "We must get out of this loathsome place while this hideous row is going on. I heard it all from the filthy garret up above, where those devils have kept me these 3 days. The door was not locked. I crept downstairs. No one is paying heed to us. We can creep out. Come." But at the suggestion Yvonne's spirits, which had been stunned by the events of the past few moments, revived with truly mercurial rapidity. "No, no, dear," she urged, "we must stay here. You don't know. I have had a message from my own dear milor, my husband. He sent a friend to take me out of the hideous prison where that awful Pierre Adet was keeping me, a friend who assured me that my dear milor was watching over me. He brought me to this place and begged me not to be frightened, but to wait patiently, and I must wait, dear, I must wait." She spoke rapidly in whispers and in short jerky sentences. M. le duc listened to her wide eyed, a deep line of puzzlement between his brows. Sorrow, remorse, starvation, misery had in a measure numbed his mind. The thought of help, of hope, of friends could not penetrate into his brain. "A message," he murmured inanely, "a message? No, no, my girl, you must trust no one. Pierre Adet is full of evil tricks. He will trap you. He means to destroy us both. He has brought you here so that you should be murdered by these ferocious devils." "Impossible, father dear," she said, still striving to speak bravely. "We have both of us been all this while in the power of Pierre Adet. He could have had no object in bringing me here to night." But the father who had been an insentient fool in the schemes of that miserable intriguer, who had been the means of bringing his only child to this terrible and deadly pass, the man who had listened to the lying counsels and proposals of his own most bitter enemy, could only groan now in terror and in doubt. "Who can probe the depths of that abominable villain's plans?" he murmured vaguely. In the meanwhile the little group who had thought prudence the better part of valour had reached the door. The foremost man amongst them opened it and peered cautiously out into the darkness. He turned back to those behind him, put a finger to his lip and beckoned to them to follow him in silence. "Yvonne, let us go," whispered the duc, who had seized his daughter by the hand. "But father...." "Let us go," he reiterated pitiably. "I shall die if we stay here." "It won't be for long, father dear," she entreated. "If milor should come with his friend and find us gone, we should be endangering his life as well as our own." "I don't believe it," he rejoined with the obstinacy of weakness. "I don't believe in your message. How could milor or anyone come to your rescue, my child? No one knows that you are here in this hell in Nantes." Yvonne clung to him with the strength of despair. She too was as terrified as any human creature could be and live. But terror had not altogether swept away her belief in that mysterious message, in that tall guide who had led her hither, in that scarlet device, the 5-petalled flower which stood for everything that was most gallant and most brave. She desired with all her might to remain here, despite everything, despite the awful brawl that was raging around her, and which sickened her, despite the horror of the whole thing, to remain here and to wait. She put her arms round her father, she dragged him back every time he tried to move, but a sort of unnatural strength seemed to have conquered his former debility. His attempts to get away became more and more determined and more febrile. "Come, Yvonne, we must go," he continued to murmur intermittently and with ever growing obstinacy. "No one will notice us. I heard the noise from my garret upstairs. I crept down. I knew no one would notice me. Come, we must go. Now is our time." "Father, dear, whither could we go? Once in the street of Nantes, what would happen to us?" "We can find our way to the Loire," he retorted almost brutally. He shook himself free from her restraining arms and gripped her firmly by the hand. He tried to drag her toward the door, whilst she still struggled to keep him back. He had just caught sight of the group of men and women at the front door. Their leader was standing upon the threshold and was still peering out into the darkness. But the next moment they all came to a halt. What their leader had perceived through the darkness did not evidently quite satisfy him. He turned and held a whispered consultation with the others. M. le duc strove with all his might to join in with that group. He felt that in its wake would lie the road to freedom. He would have struck Yvonne for standing in the way of her own safety. "Father, dear," she contrived finally to say to him, "if you go hence, you will go alone. Nothing will move me from here, because I know that milor will come." "Curse you for your obstinacy," retorted the duc. "You jeopardise my life and yours." Then suddenly from the angle of the room where wrangling and fighting were at their fiercest there came a loud call: "Look out, Pere Lemoine, your aristos are running away. You are losing your last chance of those 50 francs." It was Paul Friche who had shouted. His position on the table was giving him a commanding view over the heads of the threatening, shouting, perspiring crowd, and he had just caught sight of M. le duc dragging his daughter by force toward the door. "The authors of all this pother," he said in an oath, "and they will get away whilst we have the police about our ears." "Name of a dog," swore Lemoine from behind his bar, "that shall not be. Come along, maman. Let us bring those aristos along here. Quick now." It was all done in a second. Lemoine and his wife, with the weight and authority of the masters of the establishment, contrived to elbow their way through the crowd. The next moment Yvonne felt herself forcibly dragged away from her father. "This way, my girl, and no screaming," a bibulous voice said in her ear. "No screaming, or I'll smash some of those front teeth of yours. You said some rich friends were coming along for you presently. Well then, come and wait for them out of the crowd." Indeed Yvonne had no desire to struggle or to scream. Salvation, she thought, had come to her and to her father in this rough guise. In another moment mayhap he would have forced her to follow him, to leave milor in the lurch, to jeopardise for ever every chance of safety. "It is all for the best, father dear," she managed to cry over her shoulder, for she had just caught sight of him being seized round the shoulders by Lemoine and heard him protesting loudly. "I'll not go! I'll not go! Let me go!" he shouted hoarsely. "My daughter! Yvonne! Let me go! You devil!" But Lemoine had twice the vigour of the duc de Kernogan, nor did he care one jot about the other's protests. He hated all this row inside his house, but there had been rows in it before and he was beginning to hope that nothing serious would come of it. On the other hand, Paul Friche might be right about these aristos: there might be 40 or 50 francs to be made out of them, and in any case they had one or two things upon their persons which might be worth a few francs, and who knows? They might even have something in their pockets worth taking. This hope and thought gave Lemoine additional strength, and seeing that the aristo struggled so desperately, he thought to silence him by bringing his heavy fist with a crash upon the old man's head. "Yvonne! A moi!" shouted M. le duc, ere he fell back senseless. That awful cry, Yvonne heard it as she was being dragged through the noisome crowd. It mingled in her ear with the other awful sounds, the oaths and blasphemies which filled the air with their hideousness. It died away just as a formidable crash against the entrance door suddenly silenced every cry within. "All hands up!" came with a peremptory word of command from the doorway. "Mercy on us!" murmured the woman Lemoine, who still had Yvonne by the hand. "We are undone this time." There was a clatter and grounding of arms, a scurrying of bare feet and sabots upon the floor, the mingled sounds of men trying to fly and being caught in the act and hurled back, screams of terror from the women, one or two pitiable calls, a few shrill cries from frightened children, a few dull thuds as of human bodies falling. It was all so confused, so unspeakably horrible. Yvonne was hardly conscious. Near her some one whispered hurriedly: "Put the aristos away somewhere, maman Lemoine. The whole thing may only be a scare. The Marats may only be here about the aristos. They will probably leave you alone if you give them up. Perhaps you'll get a reward. Put them away till some of this row subsides. I'll talk to Commandant Fleury if I can." Yvonne felt her knees giving way under her. There was nothing more to hope for now, nothing. She felt herself lifted from the ground. She was too sick and faint to realise what was happening. Through the din which filled her ears she vainly tried to distinguish her father's voice again. V. A moment or two later she found herself squatting somewhere on the ground. How she got here she did not know. Where she was she knew still less. She was in total darkness. A fusty, close smell of food and wine gave her a wretched feeling of nausea. Her head ached intolerably, her eyes were hot, her throat dry. There was a constant buzzing in her ears. The terrible sounds of fighting and screaming and cursing, the crash of broken glass and overturned benches came to her as through a partition, close by but muffled. In the immediate nearness all was silence and darkness. End of chapter 7. Recording by Dion Gines, Salt Lake City, Utah. Chapter 8 of Lord Tony's Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Recording by Dion Gines. Lord Tony's Wife by Emmuska Orczy. Chapter 8. The English Adventurers. Part 1. It was with that muffled din still ringing in her ear, and with the conception of all that was going on the other side of the partition, standing like an awesome spectre of evil before her mind, that Yvonne woke to the consciousness that her father was dead. He lay along the last half dozen steps of a narrow wooden staircase which had its base in the narrow cupboard like landing on to which the Lemoines had just thrust them both. Through a small heart shaped hole cut in the door of the partition wall, a shaft of feeble light struck straight across to the foot of the stairs. It lit up the recumbent figure of the last of the Dukes de Kernogan, killed in a brawl in a house of evil fame. Weakened by starvation, by the hardships of the past few days, his constitution undermined by privations and mayhap, too, by gnawing remorse, he had succumbed to the stunning blow dealt to him by a half-drunken brute. His cry, "Yvonne! À moi!" was the last despairing call of a soul racked with remorse to the daughter whom he had so cruelly wronged. When first that feeble shaft of light had revealed to her the presence of that inert form upon the steps, she had struggled to her feet and, dazed, had tottered up to it. Even before she had touched the face, the hands, before she had bent her ear to the half closed mouth and failed to catch the slightest breath, she knew the full extent of her misery. The look in the wide open eyes did not terrify her, but they told her the truth, and since then she had cowered beside her dead father on the bottom step of the narrow stairs, her fingers tightly closed over that one hand which never would be raised against her. An unspeakable sense of horror filled her soul. The thought that he, the proud father, the haughty aristocrat, should lie like this and in such a spot, dragged in and thrown down, no doubt by Lemoine, like a parcel of rubbish, and left here to be dragged away again and thrown again like a dog into some unhallowed ground. That thought was so horrible, so monstrous, that at first it dominated even sorrow. Then came the heart-rending sense of loneliness. Yvonne Dewhurst had endured so much these past few days that a while ago she would have affirmed that nothing could appall her in the future. But this was indeed the awful and overwhelming climax to what had already been a surfeit of misery. This! She, Yvonne, cowering beside her dead father, with no one to stand between her and any insult, any outrage which might be put upon her, with nothing now but a few laths between her and that yelling, screeching mob outside. Oh, the loneliness, the utter, utter loneliness! She kissed the inert hand, the pale forehead. With gentle, reverent fingers she tried to smooth out those lines of horror and of fear which gave such a pitiful expression to the face. Of all the wrongs which her father had done her, she never thought for a moment. It was he who had brought her to this terrible pass, he who had betrayed her into the hands of her deadliest enemy, he who had torn her from the protecting arms of her dear milor and flung her and himself at the mercy of a set of inhuman wretches who knew neither compunction nor pity. But all this she forgot as she knelt beside the lifeless form, the last thing on earth that belonged to her, the last protection to which she might have clung. II. Out of the confusion of sounds which came, deadened by the intervening partition, to her ear, it was impossible to distinguish anything very clearly. All that Yvonne could do, as soon as she had in a measure collected her scattered senses, was to try and piece together the events of the last few minutes, minutes which indeed seemed like days and even years to her. Instinctively she gave to the inert hand which she held an additional tender touch. At any rate her father was out of it all. He was at rest and at peace. As for the rest, it was in God's hands. Having only herself to think of now, she ceased to care what became of her. He was out of it all, and those wretches after all could not do more than kill her. A complete numbness of senses and of mind had succeeded the feverish excitement of the past few hours. Whether hope still survived at this moment in Yvonne Dewhurst's mind it were impossible to say. Certain it is that it lay dormant, buried beneath the overwhelming misery of her loneliness. She took the fichu from her shoulders and laid it reverently over the dead man's face. She folded the hands across the breast. She could not cry, she could only pray, and that quite mechanically. The thought of her dear milor, of his clever friend, of the message which she had received in prison, of the guide who had led her to this awful place, was relegated, almost as a memory, in the furthermost cell of her brain. III. But after a while outraged nature, still full of vitality and of youth, reasserted itself. She felt numb and cold, and struggled to her feet. From somewhere close to her a continuous current of air indicated the presence of some sort of window. Yvonne, faint with the close and sickly smell which even that current failed to disperse, felt her way all around the walls of the narrow landing. The window was in the wall between the partition and the staircase. It was small and quite low down. It was crossed with heavy iron bars. Yvonne leaned up against it, grateful for the breath of pure air. For a while yet she remained unconscious of everything save the confused din which still went on inside the tavern, and at first the sounds which came through the grated window mingled with those on the other side of the partition. But gradually, as she contrived to fill her lungs with the cold breath of heaven, it seemed as if a curtain was being slowly drawn away from her atrophied senses. Just below the window two men were speaking. She could hear them quite distinctly now, and soon one of the voices, clearer than the other, struck her ear with unmistakable familiarity. "I told Paul Friche to come out here and speak to me," Yvonne heard that same voice say. "Then he should be here," replied the other, "and if I am not mistaken." There was a pause, and then the first voice was raised again. "Halt! Is that Paul Friche?" "At your service, citizen," came in reply. "Well, is everything working smoothly inside?" "Quite smoothly. But your Englishmen are not there." "How do you know?" "Bah! I know most of the faces that are to be found inside the Rat Mort at this hour. There are no strangers among them." The voice that had sounded so familiar to Yvonne was raised now in loud and coarse laughter. "Name of a dog! I never for a moment thought that there were any Englishmen about. Citizen Chauvelin was suffering from nightmare." "It is early yet," came in response from a gentle, bland voice. "You must have patience, citizen." "Patience! Bah!" ejaculated the other roughly. "As I told you before, 'tis but little I care about your English spies. 'Tis the Kernogans I am interested in. What have you done with them, citizen?" "I got that blundering fool Lemoine to lock them up on the landing at the bottom of the stairs." "Is that safe?" "Absolutely. It has no egress save into the tap room and up the stairs to the rooms above. Your English spies if they came now would have to fly in and out of those top windows ere they could get to the aristos." "Then in Satan's name keep them there a while," urged the more gentle insinuating voice, "until we can make sure of the English spies." "Pshaw! What foolery!" interjected the other, who appeared to be in a towering passion. "Bring them out at once, citizen Friche, bring them out right into the middle of the rabble in the tap room. Commandant Fleury is directing the perquisition. He is taking down the names of all that cattle which he is arresting inside the premises. Let the ci devant duc de Kernogan and his exquisite daughter figure among the vilest cut throats of Nantes." "Citizen, let me urge on you once more," came in earnest persuasive accents from that gentle voice. "Nothing," broke in the other savagely. "To with your English spies. It is the Kernogans that I want." Yvonne, half crazed with horror, had heard the whole of this abominable conversation wherein she had not failed to recognise the voice of Martin Roget, or Pierre Adet as she now knew him to be. Who the other two men were she could easily conjecture. The soft, bland voice she had heard twice during these past few days, which had been so full of misery, of terror and of surprise. Once she had heard it on board the ship which had taken her away from England, and once again, a few hours since, inside the narrow room which had been her prison. The third man who had subsequently arrived on the scene was that coarse and grimy creature who had seemed to be the moving evil spirit of the awful brawl in the tavern. What the conversation meant to her she could not fail to guess. Pierre Adet had by what he said made the whole of his abominable intrigue against her palpably clear. Her father had been right after all. It was Pierre Adet who through some clever trickery had lured her to this place of evil. How it was all done she could not guess. The message, the device, her walk across the street, the silence, the mysterious guide, which of these had been the trickery? Which had been concocted by her enemy? Which devised by her dear milor? Enough that the whole thing was a trap all the more hideous as she, Yvonne, who would have given her heart's blood for her beloved, was obviously the bait wherewith these friends meant to capture him and his noble chief. They knew evidently of the presence of the gallant Scarlet Pimpernel and his band of heroes here in Nantes. They seemed to expect their appearance at this abominable place to night. She, Yvonne, was to be the decoy which was to lure to this hideous lair those noble eagles who were still out of reach. And if that was so, if indeed her beloved and his valiant friends had followed her hither, then some part of the message of hope must have come from them or from their chief, and milor and his friend must even now be somewhere close by, watching their opportunity to come to her rescue, heedless of the awful danger which lay in wait for them, ignorant mayhap of the abominable trap which had been so cunningly set for them by these astute and ferocious brutes. Yvonne, a prisoner in this narrow space, clinging to the bars of what was perhaps the most cruel prison in which she had yet been confined, bruised her hands and arms against those bars in a wild desire to get out. She longed with all her might to utter one long, loud, and piercing cry of warning to her dear milor not to come nigh her now, to fly, to run while there was yet time, and all the while she knew that if she did utter such a cry, he would hurry hot haste to her side. One moment she would have had him near, another she wished him an hundred miles away. IV. In the tap room a more ordered medley of sounds had followed on the wild pandemonium of a while ago. Brief, peremptory words of command, steady tramping of feet, loud harsh questions and subdued answers, occasionally a moan or a few words of protest quickly suppressed, came through the partition to Yvonne's straining ears. "Your name? Where do you live? Your occupation? That's enough. Silence. The next. Your name? Where do you live?" Men, women and even children were being questioned, classified, packed off, God knew whither. Sometimes a child would cry, a man utter an oath, a woman shriek, then would come harsh orders delivered in a gruff voice, more swearing, the grounding of arms, and more often than not a dull, flat sound like a blow struck across human flesh, followed by a volley of curses or a cry of pain. "Your name?" "Georges Amédé Lemoine." "Where do you live?" "In this house." "Your occupation?" "I am the proprietor of the tavern, citizen. I am an honest man and a patriot. The Republic..." "That's enough." "But I protest." "Silence. The next." All with dreary, ceaseless monotony. And Yvonne, like a trapped bird, was bruising her wings against the bars of her cage. Outside the window Chauvelin and Martin Roget were still speaking in whispers. The fowlers were still watching for their prey. The third man had apparently gone away. What went on beyond the range of her prison window, out in the darkness of the night which Yvonne's aching eyes could not pierce, she, the miserable watcher, the bait set here to catch the noble game, could not even conjecture. The window was small, and her vision was further obstructed by heavy bars. She could see nothing, hear nothing save those two men talking in whispers. Now and again she caught a few words. "A little while longer, citizen. You lose nothing by waiting. Your Kernogans are safe enough. Paul Friche has assured you that the landing where they are now has no egress save through the tap room and to the floor above. Wait at least until commandant Fleury has got the crowd together, after which he will send his Marats to search the house. It won't be too late then to lay hands on your aristos, if in the meanwhile..." "'Tis futile to wait," here interrupted Martin Roget roughly. "And you are a fool, citizen, if you think that those Englishmen exist elsewhere than in your imagination." "Hark!" broke in the gentle voice abruptly and with forceful command. And as Yvonne too, in instinctive response to that peremptory call, was further straining her every sense in order to listen, there came from somewhere, not very far away, right through the stillness of the night, a sound which caused her pulses to still their beating and her throat to choke with the cry which rose from her breast. It was only the sound of a quaint and drawly voice saying loudly and in English: "Egad, Tony, ain't you getting demmed sleepy?" Just for the space of 2 or 3 seconds Yvonne had remained quite still while this unexpected sound sent its dulcet echo on the wings of the northwesterly blast. The next, stumbling in the dark, she had run to the stairs even while she heard Martin Roget calling loudly and excitedly to Paul Friche. One reverent pause beside her dead father, one mute prayer commending his soul to the mercy of his Maker, one agonized entreaty to God to protect her beloved and his friend, and then she ran swiftly up the winding stairs. At the top of the stairs, immediately in front of her, a door, slightly ajar, showed a feeble light through its aperture. Yvonne pushed the door further open and slipped into the room beyond. She did not pause to look round, but went straight to the window, and throwing open the rickety sash, she peeped out. For the moment she felt that she would gladly have bartered away 20 years of her life to know exactly whence had come that quaint and drawling voice. She leaned far out of the window trying to see. It gave on the side of the Rat Mort, over against Louise Adet's house. The space below seemed to her to be swarming with men. There were hurried and whispered calls. Orders were given to stand at close attention, whilst Martin Roget had apparently been questioning Paul Friche, for Yvonne heard the latter declare emphatically: "I am certain that it came either from inside the house or from the roof, and with your permission, citizen, I would like to make assurance doubly sure." Then one of the men must suddenly have caught sight of the vague silhouette leaning out of the window, for Martin Roget and Friche uttered a simultaneous cry, whilst Chauvelin said hurriedly: "You are right, citizen, something is going on inside the house." "What can we do?" queried Martin Roget excitedly. "Nothing for the moment but wait. The Englishmen are caught sure enough like rats in their holes." "Wait!" ejaculated Martin Roget with a savage oath. "Wait! Always wait, while the quarry slips through one's fingers." "It shall not slip through mine," retorted Paul Friche. "I was a steeplejack by trade in my day. It won't be the first time that I have climbed the side of a house by the gutter pipe. À moi, Jean Pierre," he added, "and may I be drowned in the Loire if between us two we do not lay those cursed English spies low." "An 100 francs for each of you," called Chauvelin lustily, "if you succeed." Yvonne did not think to close the window again. Vigorous shouting and laughter from below testified that that hideous creature Friche and his mate had put their project in immediate execution. She turned and ran down the stairs, feeling now like an animal at bay. By the time that she had reached the bottom, she heard a prolonged hoarse cry of triumph from below, and guessed that Paul Friche and his mate had reached the window sill. The next moment there was a crash overhead of broken window glass, and of furniture kicked from one end of the room to the other, immediately followed by the sound of heavy footsteps running helter skelter down the stairs. Yvonne, half crazed with terror, faint and sick, fell unconscious over the body of her father. 5. Inside the tap room Commandant Fleury was still at work. "Your name?" "Where do you live?" "Your occupation?" The low room was filled to suffocation, the walls lined with Marats, the doors and windows, which were wide open, were closely guarded, whilst in the corner of the room, huddled together like bales of rubbish, was the human cattle that had been driven together preparatory to being sent for a trial to Paris, in vindication of Carrier's brutalities against the city. Fleury, for form's sake, made entries in a notebook. The whole thing was a mere farce. These wretched people were not likely to get a fair trial. What did the whole thing matter? Still, the commandant of the Marats went solemnly through the farce which Carrier had invented with a view to his own justification. Lemoine and his wife had protested and been silenced. Men had struggled and women had fought, some of them like wildcats, in trying to get away. Now there were only half a dozen or so more to docket. Fleury swore, for he was tired and hot. "This place is like a pest house," he said. Just then came the sound of that lusty cry of triumph from outside, followed by all the clatter and the breaking of window glass. "What's that?" queried Fleury. The heavy footsteps running down the stairs caused him to look up from his work and to call briefly to a sergeant of the Marats who stood beside his chair. "Go and see what that sacré row is about," he commanded. "In there," he added, as he indicated the door of the landing with a jerk of the head. But before a man could reach the door it was thrown open from within with a vigorous kick from the point of a sabot, and Paul Friche appeared under the lintel with the aristo wrench thrown over his shoulder like a sack of potatoes, his thick muscular arms encircling her knees. His scarlet bonnet was cocked over one eye, his face was smeared with dirt, his breeches were torn at the knees, his shirt hung in strips from his powerful shoulders. Behind him his mate, who had climbed up the gutter pipe into the house in his wake, was tottering under the load of the ci devant duc de Kernogan's body, which he had slung across his back and was holding on to by the wrists. Fleury jumped to his feet. The appearance of these two men, each with his burden, caused him to frown with anger, and to demand peremptorily: "What is the meaning of this?" "The aristos," said Paul Friche curtly. "They were trying to escape." He strode into the room, carrying the unconscious form of the girl as if it were a load of feathers. He was a huge, massive looking giant. The girl's shoulders nearly touched the low ceiling as he swung forward facing the angry commandant. "How did you get into the house, and by whose orders?" demanded Fleury roughly. "Climbed in by the window, pardi," retorted the man, "and by the orders of citizen Martin Roget." "A corporal of the Company Marat takes orders only from me. You should know that, citizen Friche." "Nay," interposed the sergeant quickly, "this man is not a corporal of the Company Marat, citizen commandant. As for Corporal Friche, why, he was taken to the infirmary some hours ago with a cracked skull. He...." "Not Corporal Friche!" exclaimed Fleury with an oath. "Then who, in the devil's name, is this man?" "The Scarlet Pimpernel, at your service, citizen commandant," came loudly and with a merry laugh from the pseudo Friche. And before either Fleury or the sergeant or any of the Marats could even begin to realise what was happening, he had literally bounded across the room, and as he did so he knocked against the hanging lamp which fell with a crash to the floor, scattering oil and broken glass in every direction, and by its fall plunging the place into total darkness. At once there arose a confusion and medley of terrified screams, of piercing shrieks from the women and the children, and of loud imprecations from the men. These mingled with the hasty words of command, with quick orders from Fleury and the sergeant, with the grounding of arms and the tramping of many feet, and with the fall of human bodies that happened to be in the way of the reckless adventurer and his flight. "He is through the door!" cried the men who had been there on guard. "After him then!" shouted Fleury. "Curse you all for cowards and for fools!" The order had no need to be repeated. The confusion, though great, had only been momentary. Within a second or less, Fleury and his sergeant had fought their way through to the door, urging the men to follow. "After him! Quick! He is heavily loaded." "He cannot have got far," commanded Fleury as soon as he had crossed the threshold. "Sergeant, keep order within, and on your life see that no one else escapes." Chapter 8. Recording by Dion Johns, Salt Lake City, Utah.
Book 2, Chapter 9 of Lord Tony's Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lord Tony's Wife by Emmuska Orczy. Book 2, Chapter 9. The Proconsul. 1. From round the angle of the house, Martin Roget and Chauvelin were already speeding along at a rapid pace. "What does it all mean?" queried the latter hastily. "The Englishman with the wench on his back. Have you seen him?" "Malediction! What do you mean?" "Have you seen him?" reiterated Fleury hoarsely. "No." "He couldn't have passed you?" "Impossible." "Then unless some of us here have eyes like cats that limb of Satan will get away. On to him, my men," he called once more. "Can you see him?" The darkness outside was intense. The northwesterly wind was whistling down the narrow street, drowning the sound of every distant footfall. It tore mercilessly round the men's heads, snatching the bonnets from off their heads, dragging at their loose shirts and breeches, adding to the confusion which already reigned. "He went this way!" shouted one. "No, that!" cried another. "There he is!" came finally in chorus from several lusty throats. "Just crossing the bridge!" "After him!" cried Fleury. "100 francs to the man who first lays hands on that devil." Then the chase began. The Englishman on ahead was unmistakable with that burden on his shoulder. He had just reached the foot of the bridge, where a street lanthorn fixed on a tall bracket of the cornerstone had suddenly thrown him into bold relief. He had less than 100 metres start of his pursuers, and with a wild cry of excitement they started in his wake. He was now in the middle of the bridge, an unmistakable figure of a giant, vaguely silhouetted against the light from the lanthorns on the further end of the bridge, seeming preternaturally tall and misshapen with that hump upon his back. From right and left, from under the doorways of the houses in the Carrefour de la Poissonnière, the Marats who had been left on guard in the street now joined in the chase. Overhead windows were thrown open. The good burghers of Nantes, awakened from their sleep, forgetful for the nonce of all their anxieties, their squalor, and their miseries, leaned out to see what this new kind of din might mean. From everywhere it almost seemed as if some sprang out of the earth, men, either of the town guard or Marats on patrol duty, or mere idlers and night hawks who happened to be about, yielded to that primeval instinct of brutality which causes men as well as beasts to join in a pursuit against a fellow creature. Fleury was in the rear of his posse. Martin Roget and Chauvelin, walking as rapidly as they could by his side, tried to glean some information out of the commandant's breathless and scrappy narrative. What happened exactly? It was the man Paul Friche, with the aristo wench on his back, and another man carrying the ci devant aristo. They were the English spies, in disguise. They knocked over the lamp, and got away. Name of a... No use swearing, citizen Martin Roget, retorted Fleury as hotly as his agitated movements would allow. You and citizen Chauvelin are responsible for the affair. It was you, citizen Chauvelin, who placed Paul Friche inside that tavern in observation. You told him what to do. Well? Paul Friche, the real Paul Friche, was taken to the infirmary some hours ago, with a cracked skull, dealt him by your Englishmen, I've no doubt. Impossible, reiterated Chauvelin with a curse. Impossible? Why impossible? The man I spoke to outside the buffet was not Paul Friche. He was on guard in the place with two other Marats. He was not Paul Friche. The others were not Marats. Then the man who was inside the tavern was not Paul Friche. Who climbed the gutter pipe? Malediction! And the chase continued, waxing hotter every minute. The hare had gained slightly on the hounds. There were more than 100 hot on the trail by now. Having crossed the bridge, he was on the Ile Fodeur, and without hesitating a moment he plunged at once into the network of narrow streets which covered the island in the rear of La Petite Hollande and the Hôtel de la Villestreux, where lodged Carrier, the representative of the people. The hounds after him had lost some ground by halting, if only for a second or two, first at the head of the bridge, then at the corners of the various streets, while they peered into the darkness to see which way had gone that fleet-footed hare. Down this way! No, that! There he goes! It always took a few seconds to decide, during which the man on ahead with his burden on his shoulder had time mayhap to reach the end of a street and to turn a corner, and once again to plunge into darkness and out of sight. The street lanthorns were few in this squalid corner of the city, and it was only when perforce the running hare had to cross a circle of light that the hounds were able to keep hot on the trail. To the bridges for your lives! Now shouted Fleury to the men nearest to him. Leave him to wander on the island. He cannot come off it unless he jumps into the Loire. The Marats, intelligent and ferociously keen on the chase, had already grasped the importance of this order. With the bridges guarded, that fleet-footed Englishman might run as much as he liked. He was bound to be run to earth like a fox in his burrow. In a moment they had dispersed among the quays, some to one bridgehead, some to another. The Englishman could not double back now, and if he had already crossed to the Ile Glorette, which was not joined to the left bank of the river by any bridge, he would be equally caught like a rat in a trap. Unless he jumps into the Loire, reiterated Fleury triumphantly. The proconsul will have more excitement than he hoped for, he added with a laugh. He was looking forward to the capture of the English spy, and in deadly terror lest he escaped. But now meseems we shall run our fox down in sight of the very gates of La Villestreux. Martin Roget's thoughts ran on Yvonne and the Duc. You will remember, citizen commandant, he contrived to say to Fleury, that the ci devant Kernogans were found inside the Rat Mort. Fleury uttered an exclamation of rough impatience. What did anyone care at this moment for a couple of aristos more or less when the noblest game that had ever fallen to the bag of any terrorist was so near being run to earth? But Chauvelin said nothing. He walked on at a brisk pace, keeping close to Commandant Fleury's side, in the immediate wake of the pursuit. His lips were pressed tightly together, and a hissing breath came through his wide-open nostrils. His pale eyes were fixed into the darkness, and beyond it, where the most bitter enemy of the cause which he loved was fighting his last battle against fate. 2. He cannot get off the island, Fleury had said a while ago. Well, there was of a truth little or nothing now between the hunted hare and the capture. The bridges were well guarded, the island swarming with hounds, the Marats at their posts, and the Loire an impassable barrier all around. And Chauvelin, the most tenacious enemy man ever had, Fleury keen on a reward, and Martin Roget with a private grudge to pay off, all within 200 yards behind him. True, for a moment the Englishman had disappeared. Burden and all, the gloom appeared to have swallowed him up. But there was nowhere he could go. Mayhap he had taken refuge under a doorway in one of the narrow streets, and hoped perhaps under cover of darkness to allow his pursuers to slip past him and then to double back. Fleury was laughing in the best of humours. He was gradually collecting all the Marats together, and sending them to the bridgeheads under the command of the various sergeants. Let the Englishman spend the night on the islands if he had a mind. There was a full company of Marats here to account for him as soon as he attempted to come out in the open. The idlers and the night hawks, as well as the municipal town guard, continued to run excitedly up and down the streets. Sometimes there would come a lusty cry from a knot of pursuers who thought they spied the Englishmen through the darkness. At others there would be a call of halt, and feverish consultation held at a street corner as to which policy to adopt. The town guard, jealous of the Marats, were pining to lay hands on the English spy for the sake of the reward. Fleury, coming across their provost, called him a fool for his pains. "My Marats will deal with the English spies, citizen," he said roughly. "He is no concern of yours." The provost demurred. An altercation might have ensued when Chauvelin's suave voice poured oil on the troubled waters. "Why not?" he said. "Let the town guard continue their search in the island, citizen commandant. The men may succeed in digging our rat out of his hole, and forcing him out into the open all the sooner. Your Marats will have him quickly enough after that." To this suggestion the provost gave a grudging assent. The reward when the English spy was caught could be fought for later on. For the nonce, he turned unceremoniously on his heel, and left Fleury cursing him for a meddlesome busybody. "As long as he and his rabble does not interfere with my Marats," growled the commandant. "Will you see your sergeants, citizen?" queried Chauvelin tentatively. "They will have to keep very much on the alert, and will require constant prodding to their vigilance. If I can be of any service " "No," retorted Fleury curtly. "You and citizen Martin Roget had best try and see the proconsul, and tell him what we have done." "He'll be half wild with terror when he hears that the English spy is at large upon the island." "You must pacify him as best you can. Tell him I have a score of Marats at every bridgehead, and I am looking personally to every arrangement. There is no escape for the devil possible, save by drowning himself and the wench in the Loire." 3. Chauvelin and Martin Roget turned from the quay on to the Petite Hollande, the great open ground with its converging row of trees which ends at the very apex of the Isle Feydeau. Opposite to them, at the further corner of the Place, was the Hôtel de la Villestreux. One or two of the windows in the hotel were lighted from within. No doubt the proconsul was awake, trembling in the remotest angle of his lair, with the spectre of assassination rampant before him, aroused by the continued disturbance of the night, by the feverishness of this man hunt carried on almost at his gates. Even through the darkness it was easy to perceive groups of people either rushing backwards or forwards on the Place, or congregating in groups under the trees. Excitement was in the air. It could be felt and heard right through the soughing of the northwesterly wind which caused the bare branches of the trees to groan and to crackle, and the dead leaves, which still hung on the twigs, to fly wildly through the night. In the centre of the Place, two small lights, gleaming like eyes in the midst of the gloom, betrayed the presence of the proconsul's coach, which stood there as always, ready to take him away to a place of safety, away from the city where he was mortally hated and dreaded, whenever the spectre of terror became more insistent than usual, and drove him hence out of his stronghold. The horses were pawing the frozen ground and champing their bits, the steam from their nostrils caught the rays of the carriage lights, which also lit up with a feeble flicker the vague outline of the coachman on his box, and the postilion rigid in his saddle. The citizens of Nantes were never tired of gaping at the carriage, a huge C-spring barouche, at the coachman's fine caped coat of bottle green cloth, and at the horses with their handsome harness set off with heavy brass bosses. They never tired of bandying words with the successive coachmen as they mounted their box and gathered up the reins, or with the postilions who loved to crack their whips and to appear smart and well groomed, in the midst of the squalor which reigned in the terror-stricken city. They were the guardians of the mighty proconsul. On their skill, quickness, and presence of mind might depend his precious life. Even when the shadow of death hangs over an entire community, there will be some who will stand and gape and crack jokes at an uncommon sight. And now when the pall of night hung over the abode of the man tiger and his lair, and, wrapped in its embrace the hunted and the hunters, there still was a knot of people standing round the carriage, between it and the hotel, gazing with lacklustre eyes on the costly appurtenances wherein the representative of wretched people loved to surround himself. They could only see the solid mass of the carriage and of the horses, but they could hear the coachman clicking with his tongue and the postilion cracking his whip, and these sights broke the absolute dreary monotony of their lives. It was from behind this knot of gaffers that there rose gradually a tumult as of a man calling out in wrath and lashing himself into a fury. Chauvelin and Martin Roget were just then crossing La Petite Hollande from one bank of the river to the other. They were walking rapidly towards the hotel, when they heard the tumult which presently culminated in a hoarse cry and a volley of oaths. My coach, at once! Lalouette, don't leave me! Curse you all for a set of cowardly oafs! My coach, I say!" "The proconsul," murmured Chauvelin as he hastened forward, Martin Roget following closely on his heels. By the time that they had come close enough to the coach to distinguish vaguely in the gloom what was going on, People came rushing to the same spot from end to end of the Place. In a moment there was quite a crowd round the carriage, and the two men had much ado to push their way through by a vigorous play of the elbows. "Citizen Carrier!" cried Chauvelin at the top of his voice, trying to dominate the hubbub. "1 minute! I have excellent news for you. The English spy!" "Curse you for a set of blundering fools!" came with a husky cry from out the darkness. "You have let that English devil escape. I knew it! I knew it! The assassin is at large! The murderer! My coach at once! My coach! Lalouette! Do not leave me!" Chauvelin had by this time succeeded in pushing his way to the forefront of the crowd. Martin Roget, tall and powerful, had effectually made a way for him. Through the dense gloom he could see the misshapen form of the proconsul, wildly gesticulating with one arm, and with the other clinging convulsively to young Lalouette, who already had his hand on the handle of the carriage door. With a quick, resolute gesture, Chauvelin stepped between the door and the advancing proconsul. "Citizen Carrier," he said with calm determination, "on my oath there is no cause for alarm. Your life is absolutely safe. I entreat you to return to your lodgings." To emphasize his words, he had stretched out a hand and firmly grasped the proconsul's coat sleeve. This gesture, however, instead of pacifying the apparently terror stricken maniac, seemed to have the effect of further exasperating his insensate fear. With a loud oath he tore himself free from Chauvelin's grasp. "10,000 devils!" he cried hoarsely. "Who is this fool who dares to interfere with me? Stand aside, man! Stand aside, or—" And before Chauvelin could utter another word, or Martin Roget come to his colleague's rescue, there came the sudden sharp report of a pistol. The horses reared, the crowd was scattered in every direction. Chauvelin was knocked over by a smart blow on the head, whilst a vigorous drag on his shoulder alone saved him from falling under the wheels of the coach. Whilst confusion was at its highest, the carriage door was closed to with a bang, and there was a loud commanding cry hurled through the window of the coachman at the box. "En avant, citizen coachman! Strive for your life! Through Savenay Gate! The English assassins are on our heels!" The postilion cracked his whip. The horses, maddened by the report, and by the pushing, jostling crowd, and the confused cries and screams around, plunged forward, wild with excitement. Their hoofs clattered on the hard road. Some of the crowd ran after the coach across the Place, shouting lustily, "The proconsul! The proconsul!" Chauvelin, dazed and bruised, was picked up by Martin Roget. "The cowardly brute!" was all he said between his teeth. "He shall rue this outrage as soon as I can give my mind to his affairs. In the meantime—" The clatter of the horses' hoofs was already dying down in the distance. For a few seconds longer the rattle of the coach was still accompanied by the cries of "The proconsul! The proconsul!" Fleury, at the bridgehead, seeing and hearing its approach, had only just time to order his Marats to stand at attention. A salvo should have been fired when the representative of the people, the high and mighty proconsul, was abroad, but there was no time for that, and the coach clattered over the bridge at breakneck speed, whilst Carrier, with his head out of the window, was hurling anathemas and insults at Fleury for having allowed the paid spies of that cursed British government to threaten the life of a representative of the people. "I go to Savenay," he shouted just at the last, "until that assassin has been thrown in the Loire. But when I return, look to yourself, Commandant Fleury." Then the carriage turned down the Quai de la Fosse, and a few minutes later was swallowed up by the gloom. 4. Chauvelin, supported by Martin Roget, was hobbling back across the Place. The crowd was still standing about, vaguely wondering why it had got so excited over the departure of the proconsul, and the rattle of a coach and pair across the bridge, when on the island there was still an assassin at large, an English spy, the capture of whom would be one of the great events in the chronicles of the city of Nantes. "I think," said Martin Roget, "that we may as well go to bed now, and leave the rest to Commandant Fleury. The Englishman may not be captured for some hours, and I, for one, am over fatigued." "Then go to bed as you desire, citizen Martin Roget," retorted Chauvelin dryly. "I, for one, will stay here until I see the Englishman in the hands of Commandant Fleury." "Hark!" interposed Martin Roget abruptly. "What was that?" Chauvelin had paused even before Martin Roget's restraining hand had rested on his arm. He stood still in the middle of the Place, and his knees shook under him so that he nearly fell prone to the ground. "What is that?" reiterated Martin Roget with vague puzzlement. "It sounds like young Lalouette's voice." Chauvelin said nothing. He had forgotten his bruises. He no longer hobbled. He ran across the Place to the front of the hotel whence the voice had come which was so like that of young Lalouette. The youngster, it was undoubtedly he, was standing at the angle of the hotel. Above him a lanthorn threw a dim circle of light on his bare head with its mass of dark curls, and on a small knot of idlers with 2 or 3 of the town guards among them. The first words spoken by him which Chauvelin distinguished quite clearly were, "You are all mad, or else drunk. The citizen proconsul is upstairs in his room. He has just sent me down to hear what news there is of the English spies." 25. No one made reply. It seemed as if some giant and spectral hand had passed over this mass of people, and with its magic touch had stilled their turbulent passions, silenced their imprecations, and cooled their ardor, and left naught but a vague fear, a subtle sense of awe, as when something unexplainable and supernatural has manifested itself before the eyes of men. From far away, the roll of coach wheels rapidly disappearing in the distance alone broke the silence of the night. "Is there no one here who will explain what this means?" queried young Lalouët, who alone had remained self assured and calm, for he alone knew nothing of what had happened. "Citizen Fleury, are you there?" Then, as once again he received no reply, he added peremptorily, "Hey, some one out there! Are you all loafs and oafs that not one of you can speak?" A timid voice from the rear ventured on explanation. "The citizen proconsul was here a moment ago. We all saw him, and you, citizen Lalouët, were with him." An imprecation from young Lalouët silenced the timid voice for the nonce, and then another resumed the halting narrative. "We all could have sworn that we saw you, citizen Lalouët. Also the citizen proconsul. He got into his coach with you. That is, they have driven off." "There is some awful and treacherous hoax!" cried the youngster now in a towering passion. "The citizen proconsul is upstairs in bed, I tell you, and I have only just come out of the hotel. Name of a dog! Am I standing here or am I not?" Then suddenly he bethought himself of the many events of the day which had culminated in this gigantic feat of legerdemain. "Chauvelin!" he exclaimed. "Where in the name of hell is citizen Chauvelin?" But Chauvelin for the moment could nowhere be found. Dazed, half unconscious, wholly distraught, he had fled from the scene of his discomfiture as fast as his trembling knees would allow. Carrier searched the city for him high and low, and for days afterwards the soldiers of the Commandant Marat gave aristos and rebels a rest. They were on the lookout for a small wizened figure of a man with the pale keen eyes who had failed to recognize in the pseudo Paul Friche, in the dirty out at elbows sans culottes, the most exquisite dandy that had ever graced the salons of Bath and of London. They were searching for the man with the acute and sensitive brain who had failed to scent in the pseudo Carrier and the pseudo Lalouët his old and arch enemy, Sir Percy Blakeney, and the charming wife of my Lord Anthony Dewhurst. End of Book 2, Chapter 9. Recording by Todd. Book 2, Chapter 10 of Lord Tony's Wife. This is a LibriVox recording. All LibriVox recordings are in the public domain. For more information or to volunteer, please visit LibriVox.org. Lord Tony's Wife by Emmuska Orczy. Book 2, Chapter 10. Lord Tony. 1. A quarter of an hour later, citizen Commandant Fleury was at last ushered into the presence of the proconsul, and received upon his truly innocent head the full torrent of the despot's wrath. But Martin Roget had listened to the counsels of prudence. For obvious reasons he desired to avoid any personal contact for the moment with Carrier, whom fear for the English spies had made into a more abject and more craven tyrant than ever before. At the same time, he thought it wisest to try and pacify the brute by sending him the 10,000 francs, the bribe agreed upon for his help in the undertaking which had culminated in such a disastrous failure. At the self-same hour whilst Carrier, fuming and swearing, was for the 100th time uttering the furious "How?" which for the 100th time had remained unanswered, two men were taking leave of one another at the small postern gate which gives on the cemetery of St. Anne. The taller and younger of the two had just dropped a heavy purse into the hand of the other. The latter stooped and kissed the kindly hand. "Milor," he said, "I swear to you most solemnly that Monsieur le Duc de Kernogan will rest in peace in hallowed ground. Monsieur le Curé de Vertou, ah! he is a saint and a brave man, milor, comes over whenever he can prudently do so, and reads the offices for the dead, over those who have died as Christians. And there is a piece of consecrated ground out here in the open, which those fiends of the Terrorists have not discovered yet." "And you will bury Monsieur le Duc immediately," admonished the younger man, "and apprise Monsieur le Curé of what has happened?" "Aye, I'll do that, milor, within the hour. Though Monsieur le Duc was never a very kind master to me in the past, I cannot forget that I served him and his family for over 30 years as coachman.
I drove Mademoiselle Yvonne in the first pony cart she ever possessed. I drove her. Ah, that was a bitter day. Her and Monsieur le Duc when they left Kernogan, never to return. I drove Mademoiselle Yvonne on that memorable night when a crowd of miserable peasants attacked her coach, and that brute Pierre Adat started to lead a rabble against the chateau. That was the beginning of things, milor. God alone knows what has happened to Pierre Adat. His father Jean was hanged by order of Monsieur le Duc. Now Monsieur le Duc is destined to lie in a forgotten grave. I serve this abominable republic by digging graves for their victims. I would be happier, I think, if I knew what had become of Mademoiselle Yvonne." "Mademoiselle Yvonne is my wife, old friend," said the younger man softly. "Please God, she has years of happiness before her, if I succeed in making her forget all that she has suffered." "Amen to that, milor," rejoined the man fervently. "And I pray you tell the noble lady to rest assured. Jean Marie, her old coachman, whom she used to trust implicitly in the past, will see that Monsieur le Duc de Kernogan is buried as a gentleman and a Christian should be." "You are not running too great a risk by this, I hope, my dear Jean Marie," quoth Lord Tony gently. "No greater risk, milor," replied Jean Marie earnestly, "than the one which you ran by carrying my old master's dead body on your shoulders through the streets of Nantes." "Bah! that was simple enough," said the younger man. "The hue and cry is after higher quarry to night. Pray God the hounds have not run the noble game to earth." Even as he spoke, there came from far away through the darkness the sound of a fast trotting pair of horses, and the rumble of coach wheels on the unpaved road. "There they are, thank God!" exclaimed Lord Tony, and the tremor in his voice alone betrayed the torturing anxiety which he had been enduring ever since he had seen the last both of his adored young wife and of his gallant chief in the squalid tap room of the Rat Mort. With the dead body of Yvonne's father on his back he had quietly worked his way out of the tavern in the wake of his chief. He had his orders, and for the members of that gallant League of the Scarlet Pimpernel there was no such word as disobedience, and no such word as fail. Through the darkness and through the tortuous streets of Nantes, Lord Anthony Dewhurst, the young and wealthy exquisite, the hero of 100 fêtes and galas in Bath, in London, staggered under the weight of a burden imposed upon him only by his loyalty and a noble sense of self-prescribed discipline, and that burden the dead body of the man who had done him an unforgivable wrong. Without a thought of revolt he had obeyed, and risked his life and worse in the obedience. The darkness of the night was his faithful handmaiden, and the excitement of the chase after the other quarry had fortunately drawn every possible enemy from his track. He had set his teeth and accomplished his task, and even the deathly anxiety for the wife whom he idolized had been crushed under the iron heel of a grim resolve. Now his work was done, and from far away he heard the rattle of the coach wheels which were bringing his beloved nearer and nearer to him. 5 minutes longer and the coach came to a halt. A cheery voice called out gaily, "Tony, are you there?" "Percy!" exclaimed the young man. Already he knew that all was well. The gallant leader, the loyal and loving friend, had taxed every resource of a boundlessly fertile brain in order to win yet another wreath of immortal laurels for the league which he commanded, and the very tone of his merry voice proclaimed the triumph which had crowned his daring scheme. The next moment Yvonne lay in the arms of her dear milor. He had stepped into the carriage, even while Sir Percy climbed nimbly on the box and took the reins from the bewildered coachman's hands. "Citizen proconsul!" murmured the latter, who of a truth thought that he was dreaming. "Get off the box, you old noodle!" quoth the pseudo proconsul peremptorily. "Thou and thy friend the postilion will remain here in the road, and on the morrow you'll explain to whosoever it may concern that the English spy made a murderous attack on you both and left you half dead outside the postern gate of the cemetery of St. Anne. Here," he added as he threw a purse down to the two men, who, half dazed and overcome by superstitious fear, had indeed scrambled down, one from his box, the other from his horse, "there's 100 francs for each of you in there, and mind you drink to the health of the English spy and the confusion of your brutish proconsul." There was no time to lose. The horses, still very fresh, were fretting to start. "Where do we pick up Hastings and Ffoulkes?" asked Sir Percy Blakeney finally, as he turned towards the interior of the barouche, the hood of which hid its occupants from view. "At the corner of the Rue de Gigan," came the quick answer. "It is only 200 meters from the city gate. They are on the lookout for you." "Ffoulkes shall be postilion," rejoined Sir Percy with a laugh, "and Hastings sit beside me on the box. And you will see how at the city gate and all along the route soldiers of the guard will salute the equipage of the all-powerful proconsul of Nantes. By gad," he added under his breath, "I've never had a merrier time in all my life, not even when—" He clicked his tongue and gave the horses their heads, and soon the coachman and the postilion, and Jean Marie the gravedigger of the cemetery of Sainte Anne, were left gaping out into the night in the direction where the barouche had so quickly disappeared. "Now for La Croisic and the Day Dream," sighed the daring adventurer contentedly. "And for Marguerite," he added wistfully. 2. Under the hood of the barouche, Yvonne, wearied but immeasurably happy, was doing her best to answer all her dear milor's impassioned questions, and to give him a fairly clear account of that terrible chase and flight through the streets of the Ile Feydeau. "Oh, milor, how can I tell you what I felt when I realized that I was being carried along in the arms of the valiant Scarlet Pimpernel? A word from him, and I understood. After that I tried to be both resourceful and brave. When the chase after us was at its hottest, we slipped into a ruined and deserted house. In a room at the back there were several bundles of what looked like old clothes. "'Tis in my storehouse,' milor said to me. Now that we have reached it, we can just make long noses at the whole pack of bloodhounds. He made me slip into some boy's clothes which he gave me, and whilst I donned these he disappeared. When he returned I truly did not recognize him. He looked horrible, and his voice! After a moment or two he laughed, and then I knew him. He explained to me the rôle which I was to play, and I did my best to obey him in everything. But oh! I hardly lived while we once more emerged into the open street and turned into the great place, which was full, oh, full of people. I felt that at every moment we might be suspected. Figure to yourself, my dear milor." What Yvonne Dewhurst was about to say next will never be recorded. My Lord Tony had closed her lips with a kiss. End of Book 2, Chapter 10. Recording by Todd. End of Lord Tony's Wife, by Emmuska Orczy.